Good evening. My name is Councillor Helen Green. I'd like to welcome members of the public, colleagues and officers to this meeting. I'm chairing tonight's meeting, and to manage the business as efficiently as possible, I will invite people to speak one at a time to ensure their contributions are properly heard. And therefore, please do not speak unless invited to do so by me. Thank you in advance. The fire evacuation procedure is on hearing the fire alarm. Please leave the building immediately using the nearest exit. Do not, under any circumstances, use the lift. The assembly point is in the area in the Civic Office car park next to the roundabout. You should not attempt to re-enter the building until it is known to be safe. Please also ensure that your mobile phone are switched off or on silent. And members of the committee, visiting members and members of the public, please be aware that our planning committee meetings are always webcast live. So any contribution you make will be broadcast. Please remember to use your microphone when speaking and to turn it off when you've finished. This is important for the webcast because the camera will move to the next speaker. You need only press the black button once each time to turn it on and off. Item 1 is membership, and I have Councillor Shah here tonight. Welcome, sir, who's substituted for Councillor Handley. Item 2 is the agenda. In order to best manage applications, we have reordered the agenda to first consider what was item 5D. We will now hear, when I have finished, 5D, which is 25/0772/ADV, Aberford Road, Aberford Park. Then we will have item A, B and C after that. Members, we record the vote, and as it is our practice, we will record with the general members first, members representing the ward the application is based in, and I vote last and exercise a casting vote if it is required. Visiting members and community advocates, I thank you for being present. Please make sure you alert us when you leave and re-enter the meeting so a record can be made for the minutes. Officers have tabled papers detailing additional information and/or late letters of representation that have been received in relation to the applications tonight. Copies have been circulated to members and made available to members of the public. Do all committee members have a copy? And I have an apology tonight from Councillor Handley. Item 3 of the agenda, declaration of interest. Do any members have an interest to declare in connection with this evening's agenda? Item 4, the minutes. The minutes of the meeting held 24th of July are included in the papers. Can these minutes be confirmed as a true record and signed after the meeting? Thank you. So we come on to the planning applications. As the papers for this meeting were published and provided to members of the committee 5 working days in advance, a meeting was held by members to clarify technical points. I will proceed on the basis that members are well informed of the applications before us, having read and received the report. For each application, it's custom and practice at Hertsmere for a member of the public to be permitted to speak against an application and one member of the public to speak in support. When there are 2 speakers for an application, the person wishing to speak against goes first. And councillors who are not members of the committee may also speak in their role as a community advocate or on behalf of residents if they have registered to do so. And I have this evening Councillor Nicholas, who will speak on 24/1022/OUT, land at Bushy Hall Golf Club, and Councillor Brisky, who will speak on 2 applications, 25/0153/FUL, land west of High Hillfield Lane, and 25/0772/ADV, Aberford Park, Aberford Road. Can I remind all members that a request to amend or defer or refuse an application must come with clear material planning consideration for the minutes. Thank you. So we will hear first the application 5D, which is Aberford Park. May I please ask Holly Holt to present this application? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is at Aberford Park. Here is a location plan of the site. The green dot shows where the flagpole would go. Here is an aerial view just looking north with the red dot showing the application site. The site sits on a corner location which fronts onto Gateshead Road and Brook Road. St Michael's and All Angels Church is a locally listed building to the west of the site. So the proposal is for the construction of an 8-metre high flagpole which would fly the Green Flag Award. Here are just a few site photos. The arrows indicate where they have been taken from. The two left photos were taken from Gateshead Road and the photo on the right was taken from Brook Road. The aerial view shows the flagpole would be positioned on the top of a tree. However, from the top left site photo, this tree is no longer there as it died and was removed last summer. Here are the elevation drawings of the proposed flagpole and the flag detail to show the Green Flag Award. Just regarding the assessment, so for character and appearance and heritage assets, the height of the flagpole would be similar to vegetation and the surrounding road features such as lampposts. The white and green colour of the flag would be in keeping with the park character and would add a typical feature of a park and open space setting. PS Heritage raised no concerns to the setting of the locally listed building. In terms of tree, the tree officer confirmed the willow tree had died and was removed in 2024 in August. The flagpole would replace the position of this tree. No concerns were raised with regards to residential amenity or highways matters as set out within the report. And the recommendation was to grant subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have speakers, so please listen for your name and come forward to the microphone. May I now call Councillor Brisky as Community Advocate against the application to speak, and you will have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologise, I seem to have lost my speech, so I will have to wing some of this, but I have just started typing what I can. But I speak as Ward Councillor to oppose this application. Now, had this application been considered as part of a wider regeneration of Aberford Park, I would not be speaking to oppose this application. However, this council has put the cart before the horse and decided to apply for an advertisement consent to erect an 8-metre flagpole before undertaking any improvements to the park. Many people sitting watching this will be wondering why this committee is considering an application to spend taxpayers' money on this application. Well, Madam Chair, the answer is the same reason that the administration is erecting LED screens, because they want to get their positive message out for political reasons, because they know they are losing. Had the application been to erect a flagpole to display the national flag, then this would be a different story. However, the application is instead to erect the green flag. Many would ask, why do we need a flagpole nearly the height of a 3-storey building in order to show off about how great this park is, when my constituents know that it's seen much better days? Okay? The brook is filled with litter, the park stinks, and the fountains don't even work. And here they are asking to put up a flagpole before they undertake any improvements. Madam Chair, I make the case to the committee that this council will not appeal a decision by its own planning committee to refuse this application. And therefore, I urge members to refuse this application to stop any further expense on the taxpayer when none of our residents in Hertsmere want their money spent on this application. Refuse this application on the grounds that it will not be in keeping with the local area and will provide no benefit to the local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members? No. Members, do you have any questions for the officer? No. Yes?
So this application is just for a green flag. They can't put the Union Jack up on the King's birthday or anything like that.
It's for the poll. Apologies, I spoke on behalf of the officer. It's for the poll. Councillor Morris?
Thank you. Well, obviously, this is not the first flagpole we've put up in Hertsmere, and in fact, I seem to recall relatively recently we approved another one, and had it not been for the fact that it is council land, it wouldn't be coming to this committee anyway. So on that basis, I'm quite happy to move to approve the application. If somebody would like to second it.
Councillor Gray put his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I would have liked to be in a position to welcome Councillor Brisky back to the Chamber after his absence from here, and would have expected some sort of like dazzle and razzle speech, but what we got was just, well, bizarre in the extreme, if I'm being totally honest with you. You seem to have an issue with a flagpole going up in a park where most of our parks have flagpoles. Yes, you're touting yourself all around on Facebook about putting flags up here, there and everywhere. In fact, I think you're planning on bringing a motion to full council to ask this council to erect flags here, there and everywhere. You don't seem to know your own mind at the moment. I would have expected better from you, Glenn, if I'm being totally honest with you. The only direction you can really go in as being part of this council is an upward one. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Councillor Gray, could we keep to the point, and do I have someone to second Councillor Morris? Councillor Smith, yes, thank you. We can go to the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. I'll call out your name in turn and asking whether you vote for, against, or want to abstain on the proposition to authorise the flagpole. Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Councillor Amron?
For.
Councillor Gray?
For.
Councillor Carza?
For.
Councillor Lambert?
For.
Councillor Morris?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill?
For.
Councillor Shah? Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Sussman?
For.
Chair.
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll move on to 5A, which is 24/1022/OUT land at Bushy Hall Golf Club. And when we're ready, I shall ask Alexia to present it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the application at land at Bushy Hall Golf Club. The red line boundary is indicating the area subject to the proposed development, and the blue line boundary indicates the remaining area that is owned by the site owner. I refer members to the update sheet that was published yesterday, which contains a clarification in terms of the weighting scale used to assess very special circumstances. Moving on to impact of the development on landscape, just to clarify that this should also be included in terms of harm when considering the planning balance of the application. And also moving on to the assessment of very special circumstances that I'll come back to at the end of the presentation as well, in a bit more detail, and that's incorporated in the presentation. And also to refer members to the letter that has been received from Manor View Practice in terms of the practices support and interest in the medical centre that is part of this application. As the application was deferred at the June Planning Committee, there has been some further updates also published in the addendum report in relation to off-site highways works and in terms of the ownership of Bushy Hall Drive and maintenance of the road. In terms of the legal review of the grey belt assessment, both by the council's council and the applicant's council as well, which have been provided in full in the appendices of the addendum report, and additional information in relation to the grey belt assessment, updates to the planning balance, and also the consideration of very special circumstances. All of these points will be addressed in detail in the relevant sections of the presentation. The proposal is an outline application with all matters reserved except for access and residential layout. The proposal relates to the provision of 350 dwellings, 70% of which would be affordable housing, which is equal to 245 units, and up to 1,500 square metres of non-residential uses, which would relate to approximately 1,000 square metres of healthcare and wellbeing facilities and 500 square metres proposed for a community use. This is the aerial view of the application site. The first image on the top left indicates the access from Bushy Hall Drive, whereas the remaining images in this slide indicate the topographical changes across the former golf course with varying land levels. The site contains 3 overhead pylons, and at the lower right-hand corner, the image shows the point where footpath 003 meets the application site before cutting through diagonally along the northwestern corner of the application site. The illustrative master plan shows the 2 access points, the healthcare and community hub located on the northeastern corner of the site. The proposal includes the extension of Scotswood towards the east. Traffic circulation within the site is divided between the northern and southern parts of the development. The cycle and pedestrian link would serve to prevent through traffic and provide emergency access. The master plan also notes a localised road widening along Cleaston Avenue. These are the key considerations as set out in the June committee report and also considered in the addendum. In terms of the principle of development and the need for housing in the borough, the NPPF, SP1, CS1 and CS2 all highlight the importance of sustainable development, including the provision of homes and supporting infrastructure. The council is currently unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply and is amongst the lowest in the country. A recent appeal at Hartfield Avenue determined the housing land supply to be at 1.36 years. And following updates to the NPPF in December 2024, the new standard methodology has further increased the council's housing targets, which would result in a lower 5-year housing land supply than that determined in the appeal. In having that into consideration, paragraph 11D is triggered in terms of determining planning applications where there are no relevant development plan policies or the policies which are most important to determining applications are out of date. Permissions should be granted unless the application of policies in this framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance under footnote 7 provides a strong reason for refusing or restricting development, or any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework. Planning permissions should be granted where there isn't a strong reason for refusal based on the references made above. So moving on to the principle of development and the need for a community hub, CS19 relates to key community facilities, stating that they would be supported subject to any environmental constraints or other relevant policies. In terms of the social infrastructure assessment that was submitted with the application, it is difficult to quantify a need for a community hub. However, there is expressed interest from Community First to run and manage the facility, and conversations have already taken place between the applicants and Communities First. A variety of community uses that can be accommodated have been provided in paragraph 720 of the June committee report, and the provision of the community hub and the management of the community hub would be secured via Section 106 agreement. And the details are set out in the heads of terms. In terms of the need for the medical centre, the social infrastructure assessment has identified a net deficit of approximately nearly 20,000 patient places within a 2-mile radius from the development. The NHS Integrated Care Board have requested a monetary contribution towards identified projects in Watford rather than the proposed medical centre. The proposal states that the applicants would undertake the construction of the medical centre and retention of ownership by the site owners, and would lease it to local doctors' practice or the NHS on a long-term basis for a peppercorn rent, with an occupational trigger at 80% occupation of affordable housing and 80% occupation of market housing, providing further incentive for the medical centre to come forward. In the event that the reservation period, which is set out as 5 years, expires without a lease agreement, the requested monetary contribution would be payable, and an alternative community use would be sought at this location. However, as seen in the update sheet, Manor View Practice are interested in the community centre, so that is also something to consider on this application. Moving on to the assessment of the proposal's impact on the Greenbelt. The site is located in the Greenbelt, and paragraph 143 of the MPPF sets out the 5 purposes, which are to check unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, to preserve the setting and special character of historic towns, and to assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land. In the updated MPPF in December 2024, grey belt was introduced as a concept, and the definition is found in the glossary. Grey belt is land in the green belt comprising of previously developed land and or any other land in either case, which does not strongly contribute to any purpose of A, B, or D in paragraph 143. Grey belt excludes land where the application of the policies relating to the areas or assets in footnote 7, other than green belt, would provide a strong reason for refusal. The definition clearly requires a consideration of 3 key aspects of the site to determine whether a site is grey belt, which will be determining if a site is previously developed land and or the contribution that it makes to any of the purposes A, B, or D. If the site does not meet any of those purposes strongly, then the site could be considered grey belt. Finally, in determining if the application of footnote 7 would provide a strong reason for refusing or restricting development. If the above conditions are met, then the site would be considered grey belt. In order to make the assessment as to the contribution of the site, it is not considered to be previously developed land, as it's largely free of development, and the only previously developed land of this part of the site would have been where the old clubhouse was, which is now demolished. Because of the small area of the clubhouse, that would not make the whole site previously developed land. So we move on to the assessment of the contribution of the site to purposes A, B, or D. Additional information in terms of the assessment of the contribution of the site to the purposes was provided in the addendum report, and the tables that have been introduced in the PPG as of February 2025 have also been included. It was stated in the addendum report and in the June committee report that the site does not make any contribution to purpose D because it's not in the setting of a historic town. But we'll be looking into purpose A and B in detail. The map indicates the Hertsmere district boundary as administrative boundary. So that grey line, anything to the right of that line is within Hertsmere, anything to the left is outside of Hertsmere. And the blue indicates the area of the proposed development within the application site. So the application site is located within the existing built-up area of Bushy. The table indicates that a site could make a moderate contribution to purpose A where it is adjacent or near to a large built-up area, but would be partially enclosed by existing development, such that new development would not result in an incongruous pattern of development. In order for a site to make a strong contribution towards purpose A, the site would have to be free of existing development and lack physical features in reasonable proximity that could restrict or contain development. However, the area around the site contains physical features that would contain the development in the form of the existing residential areas in Park Avenue to the north and to the west of the site, and various dwellings to the south of the application site as well. And the protected woodland would be retained to the north of the site and would contain the development. The red line boundary also excludes the land to the west of the development that will further contain the extent of the proposed dwellings. And that buffer to the west would also be secured through the Section 106 agreement to be retained as such. Based on the above, the existing physical features would result in the development being contained and the site making a moderate contribution to purpose A. In terms of purpose B, in order for a site to make a strong contribution to purpose B, the site would be required to be free of existing development and include all of the following features: forming a substantial part of a gap between towns, and the development of which would be likely to result in the loss of visual separation of towns. Although the site is free of development, the area of development, albeit large, would not constitute a substantial part of the gap between Bushy and Watford. The PPG table notes that a site would make a moderate contribution where it can be developed without the loss of visual separation between towns. The table states this could be, but is not limited to, due to the presence or the close proximity of structures, natural landscape elements, or topography that preserve visual separation. The distance from the north of the proposed dwellings to the south of the gardens at Park Avenue would be between 230 to 245 meters, and the buffer of Scotswood would measure approximately 130 meters of that distance. The distance from the last dwelling to the west of the proposed development, about here, to the end of the gardens at Fisher's Close would measure approximately 175 meters. The buffer to the west of the development, as I've mentioned, is going to be safeguarded through the Section 106. And the June Committee report in paragraph 7.52 stated previously that the development of the site would not result in the loss of visual separation between Watford and Bushy as perceived on the ground when travelling between settlements through the presence of the existing and proposed landscape buffers and safeguarded areas that are free of development. And based on the above, the development of the site would not result in the loss of visual separation, making a moderate contribution to Purpose B. Some of the following slides illustrate this further, highlighting that the existing developments in these locations extend closer towards Watford than the proposed development would. There's also an indication of the retained landscape buffers between the proposal and the surrounding area. Stevenson Way is a 4-lane road that also contributes to that separation, and there are other parts of Greenbelt that remain between Watford and Bushy. These images also illustrate travelling between the roundabout at Park Avenue and going towards Watford. The site is located somewhere behind those trees that can be seen. This is a closer view from the roundabout looking towards the corner of the application site to the northwest. And then this is one of the electricity pylons. Actually, this electricity pylon is just over here, and that is from about the middle of the link road. In this segment of the link road, the site is not visible due to the tree line that can be seen here. And further, in this location, that is now in Watford, the site can no longer be seen. Based on all of these considerations, it is considered that there is no loss of visual separation between Bushy and Watford due to the proposed development as perceived on the ground when travelling between settlements. And to summarise the Greybuilt assessment, the addendum report has provided additional information in terms of Purpose A and Purpose B. The remaining report from June and the addendum has not identified any other footnote 7 reasons for refusal. Therefore, there is no reason for refusal related to footnote 7, and the conclusion is that the site is considered to be Greybuilt. So, following that assessment, the next step, as required by the NPPF, is to consider whether there is compliance with paragraphs 155 and 156. For the requirement on 155A, all 5 purposes are considered in their totality. It is considered that the development would not fundamentally undermine the purposes of the remaining greenbelt land across the area of the plan, which is the whole borough, as the site would be a small proportion of the overall greenbelt across the borough, and therefore will comply with A. In terms of B, there is no dispute that there is a demonstrable unmet housing need, and therefore the proposal does comply with that. And with regards to C, the site is arguably in a sustainable location as it is situated within the existing settlement of Bushy with access to a number of nearby amenities. Paragraph 155D requires, where applicable, that a development meets the golden rules that are set out below. So in terms of the golden rules, the proposal would provide 70% affordable housing, which is in excess of the 50% affordable housing that is required from paragraph 156A. And in terms of 156B, it sets out that necessary improvements to local or national infrastructure should be made as part of the proposal. Questions were raised at the previous committee meeting in relation to the infrastructure improvements achieved through the proposal, particularly relating to the fact that those would mainly be achieved through monetary contributions secured through the Section 106. Those contributions largely relate to the provision of the medical centre and the provision of the community hub are not monetary contributions. They will be physically in place through the proposed development. And there's highways contributions, a travel plan monitoring, contribution to the East of England Ambulance Service, special educational needs and disabilities contributions, secondary education contribution, waste service transfer station contribution, cycle scheme contribution. Some of the above relate to monetary contributions requested by the relevant consultees, secured through the Section 106 agreement in order to improve existing services that serve the area of the development or delivery of new infrastructure, such as in the case of the secondary school. It is also noted that paragraph 156b specifically refers to necessary improvements, and officers consider this to indicate that mitigation of impacts from the development is sufficient to meet 156b. Furthermore, a recent appeal at a neighbouring authority in Hertsmere Borough Council was decided on August 5th, and the inspector made reference to 156b being met through the provision of necessary improvements through planning obligations, which again would be monetary contributions. In terms of paragraph 156C, it relates to the provision or improvement of green spaces that are accessible to the public. It is highlighted that the site is currently in private ownership and not accessible to the public. However, the proposal includes the provision of a large proportion of the site, about 24 hectares, that would be included as public open space, creating new publicly accessible green area in the locality. Paragraph 158 of the NPPF also notes that where a development complies with the golden rules, it should be given significant weight in favour of granting permission. As a development complies with all of the requirements in 155 and 156, it is considered that it would not be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. This is again summarised in the graphs indicated. It has been confirmed in the assessment that it is grey belt and meets all of the conditions in 155, and it meets the golden rules, and it follows that it is not an appropriate development in the green belt. This graph is also included in the planning practice guidance. Members are also reminded that 2 council opinions are attached to the report that have both found the approach and assessment of grey belt and the other relevant considerations to be legally sound. Moving on to affordable housing, the policy CS4 requires 35% affordable housing. Golden rules require 50%, and the proposal achieves 70%, which is equal to 245 units. The mix and tenure has already been agreed by the housing team and has found to be acceptable. 88 3-bed houses would be provided as part of the proposal, and 30 4-bed houses, comprising 48.2% of the overall affordable housing provision. And it is noted by the housing team that there is a severe lack of family homes in the borough in terms of affordable housing. This would all be secured within the Section 106 agreement. And a cascade would also be included to give priority to local residents in the first instance. In terms of market housing, 30% of the overall provision would be market, and that is 105 units, and the proposed mix is indicated on the slide. And there's also a condition attached to the application requiring all units to achieve M42, which would be accessible and adaptable dwellings, and a proportion to be M43, which would be wheelchair units. Moving on to visual amenity, layout is one of the 2 matters that are for approval, and it indicates how the overall proposal can be achieved on the site. 350 residential properties are provided in the residential layout. It confirms the location of roads and buildings and the overall quantum to be achieved on the site. The plan has been amended to include the second access provided to the northeast, near to the medical centre and community hub. The layout responds to the layout of the former golf course and existing trees. Concerns were raised relating to the arrival experience from the south. Some amendments have been made, but that concern has not been fully addressed. However, on balance, it is considered that the proposal has gone some way to mitigate concerns, and further improvements can be achieved at reserved matters stage. In terms of scale and appearance, both are reserved matters, and further information would follow subject to the approval of the application. The building heights parameter plan indicates a maximum height 3.5 stories, shown in the purple area to the south, 3 stories in the blue area, and 2.5 stories in the orange, and 2 stories in the yellow. In terms of residential amenity, the impact on existing residents would be non-existent. There is sufficient separation distances with existing properties between 20 to 28 meters is the usual requirement, and further mitigation of potential overlooking can be determined at reserved matters subject to detailed design in terms of location of windows, obscured glazing, etc. In terms of future residents, no concern has been identified in terms of daylight and sunlight impact for future residents, and further consideration would take place at reserved matters stage regarding overlooking subject to the detailed design of the dwellings. Moving on to access is also one of the approved matters in this application. The access parameter plan has been provided, which also indicates the various routes throughout the site, as mentioned earlier, indicated in the yellow circle. This link would be for pedestrian, cycle, and emergency access only, and vehicles would not be able to travel through the site to ensure that route running is prevented. Following queries raised at the June technical meeting, the images on the right indicate the precise location of the northern access, which is just slightly to the south of Duncan Way and between 451 and 453 Bushy Mill Lane. A transport assessment has been submitted with the application, and HBC Highways have not raised an objection subject to conditions and planning obligations, which include contributions towards bus services and travel plan monitoring fee. National Highways have not raised an objection to the application, and Active Travel England are satisfied with the information that has been submitted and have not raised an objection subject to a condition securing additional details on active travel measures. The parking on the site would be subject to detailed design at reserved matter stage and would require further consideration at a later stage. So in terms of the southeastern access point has been designed with a carriageway width of 6.5 meters with a 2-meter wide footway along its southbound extent and a 3-meter wide combined cycle footway along its northbound extent, and a footway will also be provided to the south of Bushy Hall Drive. Tactile paving is also to be provided. The southeastern access will also provide a priority controlled junction. At the northeastern axis, will provide a Copenhagen crossing, which prioritizes movements of pedestrians and cyclists. So 90 residential dwellings would be accessed via the northeastern axis, and 260 residential dwellings would be accessed via the southeastern axis. The tables indicate the trip generation for each axis, and indicating the AM peak and PM peak arrivals and departures. The development, further, the modelling, junction modelling, has been undertaken on junctions on the junctions identified in the table. With Hertsmere Roundabout being identified as a sensitive junction in the area. An increase of queuing and delays is expected as a result of the development, however, these would not be severe. Development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. This is as it sets out in paragraph 116 of the NPPF. Based on the assessment and the conclusion by HBC Highways at they did not raise an objection to the proposal and that the impacts are considered acceptable. The paragraph is not triggered, and therefore no reason for refusal on highways grounds have been identified. As also included in the addendum report, a stage 1 road safety audit was undertaken for both accesses and concluded that there was no fundamental highway safety issues with the design of the accesses, and the off-site highways works have been provided in the image to the left. Further clarity has also been provided in terms of the ownership and maintenance of Bushy Hall Drive. In the image to the right, the yellow highlight indicates the part of Bushy Hall Drive that is adopted. The access of the site is approximately here. Here. So the private part of Bushy Hall Drive is owned and maintained by the Lincolnsfield Centre, while the section from the roundabout to the entrance of Bushy Hall Drive provides access to the Limes and the MOT garage and mobile home park is adopted by HBC. Users of the private part of Bushy Hall Drive, including Squires Park residents, contribute to the upkeep of the private section of this road, and the proposed development will also contribute were it to be granted approval. This mirrors the approach typically taken on many developments where private roads are not adopted by highways. There is already a legal agreement in place between Veladale Leisure Ltd and the Lincolnsfield Centre, requiring resurfacing improvement works to be undertaken in the private section of the road, as and when the development comes forward. There are ongoing discussions with the Lincolnsfield Centre regarding the assumption of further responsibility by the management company of the proposed development in terms of the maintenance of the entire private section of Bushy Hall Drive and Cluson Avenue. This has been agreed in principle, however, is subject to a further civil legal agreement. The above is provided for the additional clarity following questions raised by members at the June Planning Committee and members of the public. The off-site highways works form part of the assessment undertaken by HBC and form part of the approved documents. However, the agreement with Lincolnsfield Centre is not a requirement of this application. Moving on to public rights of way, the proposal would provide some upgrades to footpath 002, which is this part that crosses the application site, and that would be updated to be a bridleway, and a new unadopted footpath is proposed that would run almost parallel to footpath 003. That would be a publicly accessible route through the site, however will not be adopted by HBC. Moving on to landscape. A landscape and visual impact assessment was submitted with the application. Landscape is one of the reserved matters, and additional details would be provided and secured via conditions. Some landscape impact has been identified, and this has also been included in the update sheet in terms of that impact to the landscape being identified as one of the harms arising from the development. The proposed landscape mitigation is through enhanced planning and extension of existing woodland in the site, and the updated illustrative landscape master plan provided sufficient information to satisfy place services that sufficient front green spaces and street tree planting are achievable. As noted in the committee report, Cluson Avenue and the access at Bushy Hall Drive are likely to be the only locations where the development would become visible through the breaks in the landscaping. This is mainly at the southern part of the development where the apartment blocks would be located, which would be 3 to 3.5 stories. Other than in this instance, the existing and proposed landscaping buffers would limit views of the development, and based on the above, the impacts on the landscape character would be included in the list of harms, but would be not severe. In terms of trees, the development site consists of 70 individual trees and 50 groups of trees. There is one category A woodland, one category C hedgerow, and tree 27 is listed as a veteran tree. The proposal includes the removal of certain trees and groups of trees and partial removal of some of the groups of trees identified below. There are TPOs within the application site. Only 2 TPO trees would be removed as part of the development, 1 individual tree and 1 tree that forms part of a wider group. In terms of mitigation, there are areas of new native woodland and scrub planting, which would be 375 new trees in a range of sizes. There will be a replacement for T20, and this would be replaced with 2 new semi-mature cherry trees. The landscape master plan illustrates 110 new street trees in a mix of species, green spaces that will contain 158 new individual trees, and total new tree planting would be about 650 trees overall. Due to the extensive mitigation measures, Place Services or Borough the team has not provided any objections to the application and is satisfied that sufficient mitigation is proposed in relation to the removal of the 2 TPO trees. Moving on to ecology, the proposal would achieve 13.91% BNG in habitat units, 216 hedgerow units, and just over 10% in watercourse units. Fisher's Field is a local nature reserve located approximately 100 metres from the site, which is just here, just outside the blue line boundary. And Scotswood is a local wildlife site, which would be retained, protected, and enhanced as part of the proposal. There is a variety of habitats across the site, including woodland, species-poor grassland, scrub, and ponds. And the lowland mixed deciduous habitats in the site are of principal importance. The proposals mainly lead to losses of species-poor grassland, vacant land, and introduced shrub, with losses of tree cover only where necessary. There is a protection of the habitats that are on the site, and there is appropriate protection for any bats, great crested newts, and that have been identified in the submitted report, and there is likely to be absence of reptiles within the site as set out in the ecological reports provided alongside the application. The proposals will create extensive areas of habitat based on the mitigation measures previously discussed, and HBC Ecology have not raised any objections to the application and have recommended conditions to ensure that the development appropriately safeguards and mitigates any of the impacts. Conditions relate to construction environmental management plan, nesting birds, mammal mitigation measures, reptile mitigation measures, woodland mitigation, protection measures, lighting impact assessment, confirmation of responsibilities and operations in relation to the construction environmental management plan, submission of a BNG management plan, and biodiversity enhancements. The site contains areas of flood zone 2 and 3 to the north and to the south, and there's also pockets of surface water flood risk. Both access points are within flood zones, and design needs to ensure safe access and egress from the site, which has been achieved and confirmed by the Environment Agency. A sequential test was required by officers as part of this application. The sequential test criteria have been set out in paragraph 7.166 of the June committee report, and 6 sequentially preferable sites were identified, and therefore the sequential test was not passed. However, as part of the decision made in the Mead and Redrow High Court case, there is a consideration to be had in terms of unmet housing need, and that being balanced against any factors pointing towards refusing permission, including the failure to satisfy the sequential test. The decision states, if the total size of sequentially preferable locations is less than the unmet housing need, so that satisfying that need would require the release of land which is not sequentially preferable, that too may be taken into account in the overall planning balance. The Council's current 5-year housing land supply position has already been discussed and is one of the lowest in the country. And all sequentially preferable sites will need to come forward to satisfy the need, plus more sites than that. Therefore, the failure to pass the sequential test would not constitute a reason for refusal. The sequentially preferable sites would result in a provision of 6,160 dwellings, and 6,510 dwellings would be achieved if all of those sites plus the application site were to come forward, which is below the approximately 18,000 homes that the new standard methodology would require for the borough. Further flood risk and drainage considerations: Affinity Water has not raised an objection subject to conditions, and similarly Thames Water, the LFA and the EA have not raised objections, and a number of conditions are included. Consultees are satisfied that the provided and conditioned information would ensure that the development can be made safe and would not increase risk of flooding in surrounding areas. Other considerations that arise as part of the proposed development: a low harm to non-designated heritage assets has been identified due to the impact of the development on the setting of the non-designated heritage assets. On balance, the proposal will not result in a detrimental adverse impact on heritage and will not constitute a reason for refusal. And an archaeology condition has been included in the report for a written scheme of investigation. In terms of refuse and waste, the detailed design of refuse storage would be subject to the reserved matters, and the site waste management plan has been conditioned to manage waste throughout the construction. And in terms of climate change, the climate change and energy statement were submitted, and a condition has been recommended to be included in the application. So in terms of the planning balance and conclusion, the site has been assessed and found to be grave belt, and there are no footnote 7 reasons for refusal. The proposal would comply with paragraphs 155 and 156 of the NPPF, and therefore the proposal is not considered to be inappropriate development in the greenbelt, and the relevant key considerations have been assessed in detail within the report and as presented, and a number of conditions are recommended, and the heads of terms have also been provided. The adverse impacts of granted permission would result to a low level of harm to non-designated heritage assets, some landscape impacts, and the failure to pass a sequential test, whereas the benefits of the proposed development include the provision of 350 dwellings considered against the Council's 5-year housing land supply, 70% of which would be affordable, exceeding the 35% policy requirement and the 50% golden rules requirement, the provision of public open space, provision of community centre, the wellbeing facility, and the B&G provision on the site. So based on this, the adverse impacts of granting permission would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits per paragraph 11 of the NPPF. Therefore, permission is recommended to be granted on the proposal, and the recommendation on this part of the assessment is on this matter. However, following the June committee, there is more. So we move on to the consideration of the very special circumstances. Officers consider the proposal to be grey belt and not an appropriate development in the green belt, and therefore VSCs would not have been required as part of that assessment. Some members have disagreed with the assessment, and therefore the addendum report has considered whether very special circumstances would exist. 1 second. So, paragraph 153 of the NPPF states that very special circumstances will not exist unless the potential harm to the greenbelt by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm resulting from the proposal is clearly outweighed by other considerations. So, identified harm. This is all set out in the addendum report. There is definitional harm arising from the development being in the greenbelt if it is considered to be inappropriate development. That is as per paragraph 153 of the NPPF. In terms of spatial harm to the openness, the site is undeveloped at present, and although there is a small area of previously developed land at the location of the former clubhouse, the proposal would result in the construction of 350 dwellings, a medical centre and a community hub. Areas to the north and west of the development would remain undeveloped in order to provide public open space. The spatial harm to the openness would arise within the site as a result of the development, and that is given significant weight. In terms of visual harm, the proposal would include additional planting near the boundary with Bushy Hall Drive to limit visibility. And however, it is likely that some visibility into the site will remain near the south access and to the rear of the apartment blocks as discussed previously. The development would not be perceived from the north or west of the site, and to the south some development will be visible at the location of the now demolished clubhouse. On that basis, the harm to the visual openness has been given moderate weight. Now, the conflict with the purposes of the greenbelt has been addressed in the update sheet. The contribution to purposes A, B, and D has already been discussed. In terms of purpose E, this applies to all greenbelt sites, and given the high level of need for housing in the borough, the development of this site is not considered to preclude the use of derelict urban land. Finally, in terms of purpose C, the purpose of this is, purpose C of the greenbelt is to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. The site consists of a golf course surrounded by existing development, and there is little connectivity between the parcel and the wider countryside in the area. And overall, the parcel maintains a semi-urban character. Therefore, the site's contribution to purpose C would be considered weak. Based on all of these considerations and the conflict with the purposes, this is afforded limited weight. As mentioned already, the proposal would result in changes to the landscape character and would be included in the list of harms arising from the development, and that is afforded moderate weight. Again, already addressed, the non-designated heritage assets due to the low level of harm on a non-designated heritage asset. This is afforded limited weight, and the failure to pass the sequential test has also been discussed. The failure to pass the sequential test has been considered against the council's unmet housing need, which would require all sequentially preferable sites to eventually come forward, as well as sites that are at higher risk of flooding. On this basis, it would not constitute a reason for refusal. However, it is contrary to the NPPF and the PPG in terms of policy requirements, so that is also afforded some weight in terms of harm, and that will be given moderate weight. Now turning to the very special circumstances identified in the proposal, the provision of market housing, again assessed against the council's 5-year housing land supply, which is less than the 1.36 years. Also considering that the 2023 housing delivery test, which was actually published in December 2024, Hertsmere Borough Council only delivered 46% of the housing need over the preceding 3 years, which was based on a lower housing need anyway. The proposal results in the provision of 350 dwellings, 105 of which would be market dwellings, and appeal decisions in the borough and speculative applications have considered what weight should be attributed to the provision of market housing, and very substantial weight is afforded to this benefit. Moving to affordable housing, between 2012-2013 and 2023-2024, 624 affordable dwellings were delivered in the borough, equating to 52 per annum. When accounting for affordable units that are lost through right to buy and demolition, this reduces it to 49 per annum, equivalent to 13% of the overall net housing completions during this period. There are significant social and economic consequences of under-delivery of affordable homes, including increased homelessness, expanding housing registers, and increasing house prices and rents, which further exacerbate these issues. The application proposes 70% affordable housing, equating to 245 dwellings, at a mix agreed with the council's housing officers, meeting the council's housing need. This is also double the policy requirement of 35%, and therefore very substantial weight is afforded to this benefit. The development would create a need for 2.92 hectares of open space through the presence of 350 dwellings. However, the site provides access to 24.32 hectares of open space, which would be a benefit to the community. The existing site is in private ownership and not accessible to the public other than that diagonal part of the footpath, and significant weight should be attributed to this benefit. The proposal includes the provision of a healthcare facility. The social infrastructure assessment has identified the shortfall of patient places across Hertsmere, and the proposal is for the construction of the medical centre to be leased to a local practice or the NHS on a long-term basis for a peppercorn rent, subject to the reservation period that has been added to agree the lease in the 5-year period. A letter has been provided in the update sheet from Man Review Practice indicating their desire for the healthcare facility. And due to the level of uncertainty over the delivery of this benefit, moderate weight is attributed to this. And finally, the provision of the community centre. In terms of the social infrastructure assessment, this cannot be quantified, and the proposer is creating 500 square metres of flexible community space, and the applicants have commenced discussions with Communities First. The provision of the community centre would carry moderate weight due to the limited supporting evidence in relation to its need. In terms of the BNG, as a benefit, this would carry significant weight, especially as the hedgerow units would exceed the 10% requirement substantially. And in terms of economic and social benefits, generation of employment through the construction phase would directly contribute to the East of England economic output and to Hertsmere's economic output. And there would be also benefits in terms of employment at operational phase associated with the community hub, which is expected to support 25 gross full-time equivalent jobs on the site. This would be £1.1 million GVA to the East of England's economy each year, and this does not include any council tax, business rates, SIL, and other financial contributions, which would also be considered in these benefits. And this is afforded moderate weight. In summary, where the proposal is considered to be inappropriate, officers have provided the detailed assessment of the various special circumstances within the addendum report and the update sheet. Harms and benefits of the proposals have been considered, and officers are satisfied that the benefits arising from the development are substantial and would clearly outweigh the harms that would arise in this instance. As such, officers consider that there are very special circumstances that would justify granting permission in this case. The conclusion is similar, subject to the Section 106 agreement and conditions. So, in the case that the application is positively determined on the basis of the very special circumstances assessment, the recommendation would be similar. However, it would include the referral to the Secretary of State. This is because in this case, the application would be considered to be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, but would have the very special circumstances, but because it would be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, it would need to be referred to the Secretary of State. In the event that the application is determined positively on the basis of the Greybelt assessment, the referral is not required because the development is not inappropriate in the Greenbelt. The planning obligations are listed in detail in the update sheet from June, and some visuals. That's it.
Thank you very much. We have speakers, so if you can listen for your name and come forward to the microphone. Please can I call Mr. Dan Feldman to speak against the application? Thank you, sir. You will have 3 minutes. If you just press the black button. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members will recall that Mr. Peter Steele delivered objections on behalf of the Squires Park Residents Association at the planning meeting on the 26th of June regarding the application for 350 dwellings on the Bushy Hall Golf Club site. You will therefore already be familiar with our previous concerns, which we now wish to reinforce with the following additional points. Firstly, the site is entirely within the Greenbelt, whose core purpose is to prevent towns from sprawling into one another. Both Bushy and Watford are recognised towns, and this land lies in the very gap that keeps them separate. Your own Greenbelt assessment judged this gap to be of strong importance in preventing coalescence. Building here would close that gap, eroding the openness and character of both places. Once developed, the distinction between the two towns would be lost, replaced by continuous urban form. This is precisely what Greenbelt policy exists to prevent. And once that separation is gone, it is gone forever. Secondly, labeling this as grey belt sidesteps the need to prove very special circumstances. Yet nothing about the site's function in stopping urban sprawl has changed since it was assessed as strong. This is a matter of planning judgment, and local knowledge makes clear the site's real value in maintaining our site's identities. Thirdly, even if very special circumstances are considered, the harm here is both visual and permanent. The applicant's promised benefits, affordable housing, open space, community facilities, cannot compensate for the irreversible loss of openness, nor of the precedent it would set for releasing Greenbelt land across Hertsmere. At a time when public trust in the planning process is paramount, it is vital that decisions are not only impartial, but are seen to be so. Recent reports in the local press highlight political donations made to the current administration of this council. Is this not a significant example of undue political influence? When it is acknowledged in the wider community, whipping of decisions by the ruling administration? Approving this application would send a clear signal that the Greenbelt is open to incremental erosion. Once you make that choice, it becomes harder to say no the next time. This proposal would irreversibly damage the openness between Bushy and Watford, enable urban sprawl, and undermine both local and national Greenbelt policy. I urge you to refuse it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Can I now call Mr. James Craig to speak for the application? Thank you. You will have 3 minutes, sir. Thanks.
Chair, members, good evening. My name is James Craig, Director of Griggs Homes. We are a Hertsmere-based company of over 57 years, employing locally and invested in the future of this borough. This application is the culmination of more than a year of collaborative work with your officers, consultees, and the community. It presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform North Bushy and deliver benefits on a scale never seen before in Hertsmere. The former Bushy Hall Golf Club closed in 2019. Since then, 100 acres of land have been locked away from public use. Our proposal would open this as Bushy's largest community park, directly addressing identified shortfall in public open space in the borough, alongside much-needed new homes and social infrastructure. The scheme delivers 350 homes, of which an unprecedented 70% 245 units are affordable. This is the single largest affordable housing delivery in Hertsmere's history, at a time when the borough has a less than 1.36 five-year housing land supply and faces an acute housing crisis. The extensive benefits go further: a state-of-the-art medical centre, a community hub, both fully funded, secured by the Section 106 agreement, with the medical centre being offered at a peppercorn rent of £1 a year for 15 years. The overall contributions amount to in excess of a staggering £20 million, an unprecedented package of benefits in this borough. In June, members deferred the application to test the Greenbelt position. Since then, 2 independent King's Council have confirmed what officers had previously concluded. This site is Greybelt. It exceeds the golden rules and therefore is not inappropriate development. If members remain uneasy in regards to Greybelt, your officers have also now assessed the scheme against the alternative test of very special circumstances, which was not available to you in June. Their conclusion is clear and confirmed by the KCs. The benefits would clearly and demonstrably outweigh the harm. This approach is not unfamiliar to this committee. In the last 2 years, you have approved multiple Greenbelt schemes at Organ Hall, Lyndhurst Farm, Shenley Grange, to name a few. And there have been a further 2 appeals allowed at Barnet Lane and Hartfield Avenue. All of those schemes had considerably fewer benefits than this, yet were approved. Members, this scheme sets a new benchmark. It is sustainable landscape-led development and delivers a package of benefits unmatched in Hertsmere. Tonight, you have the opportunity to unlock Bushy's largest park, tackle the borough's housing crisis, and create an inclusive community. I respectfully ask you to support your officer's comprehensive recommendation and grant permission for Scotswood Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Apologies. Please now, can I call Councillor Nicholas, as community advocate against the application, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Members, once again, you are presented with a compelling narrative, and once again, I urge you to reject this application for Bushy Hall Golf Course. Previously, you deferred this very item because you were not convinced by officers' interpretation of the Greybelt test. Tonight, after further review, those doubts should remain. Yes, there are some benefits, but development here on this scale brings many problems which you must now consider. You have heard that this site failed the sequential test. Tellingly, Griggs tried to stop that test happening. Officers say it doesn't matter, but that involves a considerable guesswork about what an inspector will do, and will be of little consolation when residents' homes begin to flood. Officers say there will be mitigations, but have not told you what they might be. And what is more, the report says that if this comes down to very special circumstances, flood risk is harm. Then we have an unadopted road. So 280 of the proposed homes with no proper road. Officers say a deal might get sorted. They say the Lincolnsfield Centre look after the road. Have you seen the huge potholes there? Just like the flooding, it's a case of give up, give in, give permission and hope these problems magically get resolved when the developer has got what they want and no longer needs to impress you. Medical centre, a pipe dream. We have heard of man-of-view practice interest this evening, but this does not really mean anything when the NHS have categorically said they won't want it and won't fund it. Why then even keep it in the report? Strip out the imaginary medical centre and you're left with no meaningful infrastructure improvements. The others on the table here are simply mitigations for this scheme which are not needed if it's not built. So with no net infrastructure improvements, there are no VSCs and crucially would negate the golden rules. Although not a material planning consideration this evening, I feel I must comment on the queue data presented, recorded for the A41 Hartspring Lane roundabout. The queue numbers were recorded in June 2022 at peak times, recording between 2 and 8 cars. On my journey here this evening, on one branch of that junction, I stopped counting at 70 cars. those are just some of the reasons why I think you must think very carefully before approving this application. The other is that this site clearly does not meet purpose B of preventing towns from merging. This development would remove that buffer. Officers consider the fact that Griggs have left a couple of 200 odd metre gaps, and that if you squint, you can't see it from one of the main roads, means that there is no visual change. This will not be the case. This is currently an open space with public footpaths that people walk through now, today, as part of Bushy life. Imagine the layout when built. The existing gap has gone, the crucial buffer which separates Bushy from Watford. Blink now and you'll miss it. Don't believe me? If this is built, which of you will volunteer to come down and show me where the gap is now? Members, officers have made a succession of linked judgments. Now you must make yours. Council opinion says it is likely, not certain, to withstand a legal test, and also concedes that the buffer question is a matter of planning judgment, as does Griggs' own council. Tonight, it really is up to you. So the question I urge you to ask yourselves is this: are you happy on this evidence to remove this major greenbelt buffer between this borough and Watford? That's what's at stake. Because if this site isn't greenbelt, nothing else ever will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members? Thank you. So, members, do you have questions for officers? Councillor Rosehill, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, just a very brief question. In light of the sequential test, can I ask why officers have disregarded using flood risk as an exemption within footnote 7?
Because the consultees have not considered that to be a reason for objection.
No, but obviously you mentioned footnote 7 before, and that there was no exemptions there. However, flood risk is one of the footnotes. So I just want to clarify at what point, considering there is a flood risk on this site, at what point is that flood risk a point that could be included within footnote 7?
What I said was that there are no strong reasons for refusal in relation to footnote 7 assets arising from the proposed development. In order for it to constitute a strong reason for refusal, it would at least require the objection from the relevant flood authorities. The failure of the sequential test, as discussed, is not on its own a reason to refuse an application, especially considering the housing need, and the LLFA, the EA, Affinity Water and Thames Water have not considered that to be a reason for refusal of the application. They have not raised any objections.
Councillor Gray and then Councillor Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I have many questions that I want to ask about this particular application, but I just want to deal with one substantive one at the moment that's causing me some confusion. I've heard both people speaking against this application and the community advocate talking about this joining up Bushy to Watford. But I'm kind of looking at an aerial map here on Google Maps, and I can see to the kind of west of the site, to the east of the site, we've got the Purcell's Music School, the Bushy Metropolitan, we have the Bushy Leisure Centre, we also have the Lincolnsfield Centre. To the south, we've got Bushy Hall Garage, we have the St Paul's Church, and kind of going up the other side on the east, we have Posh and Ginger, which apparently is a belt shop, Fishersfield Nature Reserve, Baked by Terry, and across the north there we have North Bushy Children's Playground and the Raj Garden, and they're all Bushy addresses. So looking at this, the only thing we're connecting is this development would connect Bushy to Bushy. That's the only thing I can see. This is an infill of a golf course site, not a connection to another town or city. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, as is shown on this slide, and as was also earlier shown in terms of the administrative boundary of Hertsmere, the proposed development would actually sit further to the east, more contained within Hertsmere than further to the west, which would be actually closer to Watford. And there are other forms of development that are in Bushy and closer to Watford.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Could you go back to the slide that shows the distances that you showed us earlier? I have to say that was probably one of the best presentations I've seen for a very long time, so thank you very much for that. Doesn't necessarily mean I'll agree with everything you said, but nevertheless it was still exceptionally good. Mike, I asked the question technical regarding the distance between the development, and you've shown 175 and 245 metres, and what I wanted to clarify some of the issues revolving around that, because I'm sure Councillor Amron will tell us he can run 200 metres in less than 20 odd seconds, so it's fairly close whatever way you look at it. My concern is trying to understand to the north of the copse, which is the development on the opposite side to the copse. Can I just confirm or get clarity, and I think you've already given it anyway, but on whether those residential properties are in Watford or whether they are in Hertsmere? That's question number one.
The properties are in Hertsmere. This is Park Avenue to the north of the site, as you're saying, to the north of the copse of those trees, and all of those properties are Bushy properties.
Okay, thank you. When one talks about sort of distances and trying to understand how much of the green belt we are losing, and you've made the point there of 175 to 245, when you talk of a loss, how do you establish what is acceptable and what is unacceptable? Or is it acceptable to lose it all?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm trying to understand how much of the green belt it is acceptable to lose. I know you've got the issue of the grey belt as well, but I'm trying to understand, at the moment we've got a development which is fairly substantial. The principle of the development I probably haven't got too much difficulty with. The scale of the development I probably have. And so I'm trying to understand how much is appropriate to lose from the green belt before it becomes unacceptable. Hopefully that makes it a little bit clearer.
Well, each application is assessed on its own merits and on the individual circumstances. There is no numerical kind of formula that would tell us how much we can lose for that to be acceptable or not. It is a planning judgment, and as I have spent a length of time explaining, following the policies as they are set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, the assessment is made that in this particular case and for this particular site, the proposal is not inappropriate in the Greenbelt, and therefore that position is justified. And if that is not convincing members, then the alternative assessment of the very special circumstances considers the development to be inappropriate. However, there are still reasons why the proposal should be approved.
Thank you. That is helpful. However, if that 175 was now became 50, would that still be acceptable?
Sorry.
Well, I'm trying to understand the scale of the development, what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. And we're saying the spacing at the moment is between 175 and 245. If that was reduced down to 50, is that still an acceptable scale of the development? Because my problem here is that the volume of green belt that we're losing is really quite substantial. So I'm just trying to understand at what point we as a committee should consider something as being acceptable or unacceptable.
The separation as shown on the slide is obviously following your question at the technical meeting. That is, though, not the separation of the site to a neighbouring town. The this purpose and the separation distance purpose is to determine the separation of a proposal and of a site to the neighbouring town in order to prevent merging those towns. So in this assessment, the distance doesn't really play any role because this is within Bushy. The distance, what the assessment would look at is whether the proposal forms a substantial part of a gap between towns, as is in the strong consideration, which the site does not, because there are other features between Bushy and Watford that form the gap, and whether it would result in the visual separation of towns. The visual separation of towns, as explained, is in terms of what is perceived when travelling between settlements. Due to the location of the site and the connectivity between Bushy and Watford, the closest location that one would be travelling from the site to Watford would be through Park Avenue and onto the Link Road over Stevenson's Way and into Watford. Now, as I have shown in these slides, the site cannot be seen from the rear of the properties on Park Avenue, and it cannot be seen from Watford either. So you would not be able to perceive the merging of Watford and Bushy due to the development, especially because Park Avenue is also to the north of the site, and that is a long distance away from the proposed development, which you'd barely be able to see it from Park Avenue, if at all.
Thank you, that was very helpful. Just one final question then, which is linked to the presentation. In the housing need assessment, where you, obviously we need houses, we need homes, I wanted to clarify in the statement that you made whether the shortage is from approved planning consents or those that have actually been built, because I know we can approve planning applications but may not get built for a period of time. So I'm just trying to understand the numbers that you were telling us regarding what our actual requirement is. So it's to do with the housing need assessment that you made reference to. Whether your numbers relate to approved applications or actual built homes?
No, so these relate to the delivery, so the actual construction of dwellings.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Well, here we are again. Nothing's changed. I have a few questions I'll ask later about the detail of the scheme. But my first one is more about the sort of landing space for us as a committee, because in my opinion, applications such as this, and there will be others, are existential for the existence and purpose of the planning committee. And as councillors, our role is democratic. Our role is to represent the views, aspirations and concerns of people we represent. That's what we're here for. So I want to ask a bit about the kind of landing space for our decision making on this application. And we've heard a lot in recent weeks about the advice from Joe Cannon, KC and other council, but he's not on the committee, and we are. Nevertheless, he does say in item 31 in the document attached here, as does Griggs Council on point 19 on page 202, they both accept that the following is a matter of planning judgment, and that's whether or not this site contributes strongly or otherwise to purpose B. And it is likely that that is going to be a very significant question in the decision here. So my first question really is actually to Harvey. Harvey, firstly, could you explain exactly what our landing space is here for the decision we are entitled to make? And secondly, is it clear and affirmed and accepted by officers that the question of purpose B is a matter, as council say, for us?
Well, you're the decision maker, so plainly no one else can make a decision on this application other than you. It's not in dispute that there are those aspects, particularly purpose B is a matter of judgment. I certainly don't disagree and no grounds for disagreeing with the advice that we've received, and indeed the advice of the developer that is a matter for judgment, but judgments have to be arrived at rationally and on an evidence base. And in the end, if you are able to make rational and well-evidenced judgments, which put you to a different conclusion than that of the officers, then, you know, in principle, that's a sound decision. But in the end, that's what you've got to do. So if you are going to disagree with the officer's assessment, then that's something you're going to have to grapple with the tests. And I think what I would say in relation to purpose B, which is very important here, is that as both our council and the council for Grigg says, you've got to take into account, separation also involves an element and if a particular emphasis is given to visual separation, and we know that's how an inspector looking at it on appeal, for example, is bound to look at it. So you've got to also take into account visual separation in reaching your judgment on whether in fact purpose B is strongly or only moderately met on that application, and that is a decision for you, the committee, the decision makers.
Thank you. Councillor Sussman and then Councillor Gray. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Alexa, for that very detailed presentation. I don't think you'd have ever heard this request before. I can guarantee it. Clearly, this offers a lot of benefits, as controversial as it is. The 70% of the contribution of social affordable housing, I'm not happy with that. I actually would like to lower that, and this is how, and this is why, and my notepad looks like a GCSE maths exam at the moment. We have in Hertsmere a dire shortage of affordable and social rent 4-bedroom houses, and the larger houses, the 3s and the 4s. I would rather see a lower percentage with more 3 and 4-bedroom houses losing the 1 and 2 beds. I've learnt through my dealings with residents in Hertsmere that we've got families of 6 or 7 people in 2 or 3 bed houses. The lists are full of families waiting on about 2 or 3 4-bed houses. Is this something in the Section 106 agreement that we could look at, because we have an opportunity here, quite possibly, to address this shortage that Hertsmere has, thus helping more families in the area? Thank you.
So obviously this application is as presented to members this evening, and as I have also, one second, let me show my, as I have also explained, 48.2% of the overall affordable housing provision act comprises of 3 and 4 bed houses. The Section 106 agreement will confirm the housing mix as presented, and the 70% is essentially part of the principle that is being assessed. At this point, we wouldn't really have any. I have not asked them to lower the 70%, and I don't see why we would do that. But don't know, Liz.
Okay, I had Councillor Gray, Councillor Gray and then Lambert, and then I'll come back to Councillor Sisson.
Sorry, thank you. I know you said that you don't see that you would go back on it, but could you go back on it, is my question. Thank you.
No.
It changes the principle of the assessment as it is, and also the housing mix, as I've also said, has been agreed by the council's housing team. And although there's still a provision of 1 and 2 beds, which obviously we recognise is not where the most dire need is, but obviously we also completely lack the provision of 3 and 4 beds altogether, let alone in a 118 houses. Is my maths right? 118 of those houses that are being provided would be 3 and 4 beds, as well as 1 and 2 beds. It doesn't mean that there isn't a need for 1 and 2 beds. It just means that there is more of a need of 3 and 4 beds.
Sorry, just to come back. If the committee were mindful to agree that as a principle, is this something that we could do?
I can come through, Chair, if that's... So, apologies. As Alexia has commented, so this application has been with us for quite some time and been through consultation with the council's lead housing officer, who believes that the mix presented to the council is what is required, both in terms of the affordable and the market. And that is part of the assessment within the planning application has obviously come through, and that's how we've assessed it. To deviate away from that would change potentially the planning balance and the assessment that we would then need to reassess the application against. And it does provide an over-provision of the affordable housing, which tips in favour and weighs up higher in terms of the application.
Thank you. Sorry, this is really important to me. Thank you. And I appreciate that there's been a housing needs assessment, and the applicant has come forward with an unprecedented 70% of affordable housing in this scheme, when I think they need to be 35%, and 50 would be these golden rules. Lucky I didn't slap and say golden balls. Golden rules. And therefore, I think that there is scope, if the applicants would consider this, that this just be looked into, to actually address more fully our housing needs, because I know just from my dealings that that would be something that is really needed.
Can I just make a comment? Notwithstanding your residents' concerns, but this is potentially not the only development that will come with affordable housing, that will come with larger affordable homes. So I don't think we can expect this development alone to provide all the affordable larger homes that we have a special need for, and our housing officers have looked at the mix in this application and are happy with it as it stands. That would just be my advice. Councillor Gray, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I kind of do see, I think, Councillor Sussman's point, and I think it may have more weight to it if we were swimming in affordable housing in the borough. But when a development is coming forward, planning to build 5 years of what we've produced in the last 10 years, I don't think we can actually ask them to change what they're proposing. We are looking at 35 three-bedroom homes, 24 bedroom homes under social rent. We're looking at 6 three-bedroom houses and 3 two-bedroom houses under affordable rent, and 47 3 beds and 4 beds under shared ownership. I think that's a very good mix. That has obviously been worked out in consultation with our specialists in the housing department and through our specialist at the planners here. So I'm very happy with that mix, and I think this is one of those kind of blue ribbon kind of developments that has gone well above and beyond to provide good quality and varying size and tenures of affordable homes. There is one point I'd like to bring up, and that was the gentleman who spoke against the application at the start of this presentation. There were some rather false accusations bandied around about this administration receiving bribes, etc. I would say to that gentleman that our head of legal is here. If you have that evidence, please do take it to him. I'm sure he'd be happy to see it. And until that allegation is proven, I'd like those removed from the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. When we had the technical meeting, I asked if we could have the map of Watford and of Bushy, because we both recognise they're now towns, and I wanted to see where the boundary was between the two. Could we just go back to that map? Now, I think what you've produced here is the electoral map delineating Watford Watford Council from Hertsmere. Are you 100% sure that that is the delineation between Watford and Bushy? That's my first question.
What other delineation would you have, like people's postcode, or how is Watford and Bushy separated anyway if it's not by this line?
I don't think we'd rely on the Electoral Commission, because they do move their borders quite often. I just wonder, if you showed this to Watford, are they happy that this is the Watford Borough Council area and Bushy?
But Watford hasn't moved.
I'm just seeking confirmation that this is the boundary between Watford and Bushy.
Yes.
Fair enough, yes. I'll let the officer answer.
This is the boundary. This is the boundary as it's shown in our policies map. This is the boundary as shown in our administrative boundaries, and this is also the boundary shown if one searches Bushy and then one searches Watford on Google Maps. It's the same boundary.
Okay, thanks very much. So this development is really quite close to the boundary, and there is little enough greenbelt or undeveloped land between Watford and Bushy in that area. I mean, almost we're getting at some places the distinction between Watford and Bushy has merged completely. Now, when there is so little land, does that make it, I'm just thinking aloud here, does it make it less important because it's so close anyway, or does it make it that much more important? And in the report, you did say that at other places it is even closer than it is in this instance. And I'm afraid my view is that this becomes really important piece of green land, undeveloped land, because it stops the merging of the towns. The argument that says, oh, well, it's not very much, would end up being Watford and Bushy coming together all the way along that line. And so, Chair, for that reason, I really am uncomfortable supporting this application. I think I'm going to have to vote against it. Thank you.
So can I just say, from my perspective, and I will defer to the experts, as I understand it, this development is surrounded by Bushy. Now, how near Bushy is to Watford is a good point, but this development is surrounded by Bushy. And so how can it be making Bushy nearer Watford? But I defer to my experts to answer more, but that's my opinion of the presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
To answer that.
Well, yeah, you could, yes, okay, you can do. I'm just saying if this development is in the middle of Bushy...
If you go to the top left-hand corner of the map of the site, you've then got open land, then Stevenson Way, then open land, and then you're in Watford. And so that is it.
Okay, yes, Councillor Lambert, but the development is not on the top northwest corner of the site. The development is towards the east of the site. And I have gone through the assessment of, regardless of the grey belt consideration, the assessment in terms of Purpose A and Purpose B, that's fine. But the assessment has also considered the very special circumstances of this application. That is, in the event that members consider there to be inappropriate development of the Greenbelt, fine, accepted. You're allowed, as Harvey said, you're allowed to disagree with the officer's assessment, but the very special circumstances assessment considers this to be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt and then still provides the reasons why it should be approved. Now, again, it is your choice, and this is why I have included two recommendations, one for the grey belt assessment and one for the assessment where the development is inappropriate and there are very special circumstances. This is why that part of the assessment requires the referral to the Secretary of State.
Councillor Allen.
Firstly, thank you, Alexia, for a very detailed and thorough report and for all your hard work on this very complicated application for a long time. As I think I said last time, deja vu, there are many good things about this application, and I think the general consensus from ward members and residents is to accept the principle of some development on this site. The question is scale. I suspect. And obviously the degree of affordable housing is very positive, very much to be welcomed, but the scale is perhaps a thing to consider. And what I'd like to ask about at this point is about Purpose B. And just for context, because that really is a scale question, I think, because if it was differently designed, if it was bunched more towards the south of the site, then the Greenbelt question would change. But that's not what we have before us. So let's look at what we do have before us. Now, on page 70 of the report, of your report, Alexia, at item 7.48, when it refers to the original assessment of this site, and nothing has changed since then, apart from visual impact. So 7.48 says, in the most recent assessment of this site, the parcel was considered to form an essential gap between North Bushy and Watford. It was noted the parcel plays an important role in preventing further loss of openness. The assessment states that any further development through the wider parcel would likely result in physical coalescence between North Bushy and Watford. Those are the words in the officer's report. And for me, that kind of ends the argument about whether or not there is a gap. That is the gap. What has changed since then, as you point out, is the PPG. And the counter-argument, therefore, is the visual separation. And those two words, everything seems to hang on those two words. Two words. And what would happen at a judicial review or an inspector, we don't know. In the past, I've said there's no case law on this. And KC said, well, that doesn't matter. But then Griggs KC supplied a load of case law. But none of this, obviously it does matter, but none of the cases provided to us are about this issue. I'm not sure this issue has ever been addressed before about whether or not there is a visual separation here. Going back to the Radlett application, another one we've got to do again, the argument there was the gap was too big. This time, the gap is too small. So what is the Goldilocks zone of the correct size gap, which is a gap? Visual separation, here comes my question. We saw Some photos there of the view along Park Avenue, and obviously there's Bushy Hall Road, and clearly you can drive around the site to Watford without seeing it, but there's nothing really in the PPG about whether you're driving or what you're actually trying to do or where you're trying to get to. Firstly, first question, do you have a photo of the perspective from Bushy Hall Drive? Now, Bushy Hall Drive goes from the south of the site up to the Lincolnsfield Centre for soft play and other things. The Clouston Avenue development is just off it. That is very much a thoroughfare which is relevant here, and you can see the site from it, and you can see the gap from Bushy Hall Road. So do we have a photo of that perspective? Secondly, as built out, you can walk or cycle from Bushy Hall Road all the way through the site. So where would the gap be? If you go from there, from Bushy Hall Road to Link Road, which is the start of Watford, through the site, at what point is there a gap between Watford and Bushy? Where would that be? So the two questions, can we see it from the Bushy Hall Road perspective? And secondly, once built out, where would the gap be? Because page 70 of the report says this is a really important parcel for preserving that gap.
So you've mentioned the gap in this instance being too small and the gap in the Radlett application being too large. I don't think that there was any point where I have said that the gap here is too small and therefore that means that there is no coalescence with Watford. That it has not been what I have described through the presentation. And in terms of the view from Bushy Hall Drive and the development being visible from Bushy Hall Drive, yes, that is considered in their report, and it is mentioned in terms of the landscape impacts that there would be visibility of the development from Bushy Hall Drive, especially in terms of those apartments, but that is not the purpose of the assessment of Purpose B. That is in terms of the visual perception of the development in relation to Bushy and to Watford. From Bushy Hall Drive, the development is only visible in relation to Bushy. The nearby development at that point in the access and in that part of the road that has less dense landscape features, that does not feature in the Greenbelt assessment, but because it's not a Greenbelt consideration, it is not about merging towns. That is a landscape impact, which I agree, it's identified as a harm. Because of that reason, there is a certain level of visibility of the development that is not there now, but it's not a Greenbelt, Greybelt matter. That's not, that part of the development is not bringing Bushy closer to Watford. Yeah.
But surely if Purpose B is the thing here, because that's about, does it contribute strongly? And the argument against is visual separation. But it depends, what does that mean? And it's quite a thorny question, this, because from Bushy Hall Drive, then you would see, there would be a significant effect on the visual separation. The same from Hertsmere Meadow on the northeast of the corner, which is a Hertsmere Park. From there, you would definitely see the change in the visual buffer between Watford and Bushy. The point being that from some angles, yes, you wouldn't see it. But from others, which are lived-in, used perspectives, the footpath through the site, from Bushy Hall Drive, the people who live there, the people who go down to the Lincolnsfield, from Hertsmere Meadow, there are at least 3 or 4 perspectives, not to mention once it's built and you live in it. I suggest there are many perspectives where the visual separation would substantially be affected, because there are a number of different ways of seeing this site. Is there a photo available of the perspective from Bushy Hall Drive?
For reference, this is the top one is the only photo that I have in terms of Bushy Hall Drive. However, I think you're referring to that visual separation, not considering the fact that the table specifically says about the gap between towns. And again, that separation that you're referring to is within Bushy. So where it states about the assessment areas that contribute moderately are likely to be located in a gap between towns, but include one or more features that weaken their contribution to this purpose, such as, but not limited to, forming a small part of the gap between towns. I have already explained how much of the development, how much of the site area the overall development takes up. That was in the June committee report, but that's not necessarily where this assessment hinges. Being able to be developed without the loss of visual separation between towns. This could be, but is not limited to, due to the presence or the close proximity of structures, natural landscape elements, or topography that preserve the visual separation. I think I have in the previous slides expressed in quite a fair bit of detail in terms of the existing retained and enhanced landscape buffers that maintain that visual separation, and the existing developments that also contain the development but also are already closer to Watford, and the remaining buffers that are further consisting of the separation between Bushy and Watford. I forgot to go back to the reference you made in terms of paragraph 7.48 of the June committee report. The phrasing within this paragraph is from the Greenbelt assessment that was undertaken back in 2018 as supporting evidence for the then local plan. However, that stage 1 assessment has its methodology, and that is all explained within that document. But that methodology does not necessarily align with the PPG tables. The information that since February 2025, planning officers have been provided to assist in the assessment of the Greenbelt purposes. That information did not exist before. No information existed before. A professional judgment was made as to how the approach would be taken to assess the contribution of a site to the purposes of the Greenbelt and what that actually means. But now we have the tables that are within the PPG that set out fairly clear guidelines compared to what we had before.
But the difference, what's changed is only one thing, which is the visual separation. So 7.4, the paragraph I just referred to, the report says this is the buffer. What's changed is the concept of visual separation. So the final question on this, as built out, say if this scheme is built as designed, as we've seen tonight, if you enter the site at Bushy Hall Drive and you walk through it or cycle through it, which you can all the way up to the top and go to Link Road, which is the start of Watford, at what point will there be a gap between Bushy and Watford? Where is that gap? Where will it be?
In terms of travelling through the site, the landscape buffers, as I have explained, would still be in place. So to the west of the site, you would hardly, if at all, be able to see even Fisher's Close, let alone Watford, which is also in a different topographical level. There's landscape buffers on either side of Stevenson Way as well. So as I showed in the image, let me get that image. This image is at the roundabout at the end of Link Road in Watford, and Link Road goes at a higher land level and then back down into Bushy. So those the features, and as you can see also from the top image, you can see the landscape treatment on Stevenson Way, which further it even makes it impossible to see the nearest residential properties in Bushy, let alone the development site, which is much further than this. So you wouldn't be able to perceive Watford from within the site or the site from Watford.
And you can't go, from my understanding, you can't go from one end right through to the other end.
You can walk and cycle through it.
Oh, right, you can't drive, sorry.
But there's a continuous footpath stroke cycle lane through the whole thing.
This is in terms of the road layout and the access. So the black dotted lines are the proposed footpaths and cycleways within the site. So over in this location approximately, it's not shown within this plan, but in this location there is a landscape buffer. All of this is Scotswood. And then this doesn't link up to the roundabout over there. It does not link up through the site to the roundabout. It links up to the existing footpath. This is the one that is adopted by county and would be enhanced to a bridleway and then essentially returning back around through the site. So in terms of cycling through the site, you would not be able to get all the way to the Park Avenue roundabout with Link Drive.
The conclusion I draw is you won't see it as long as you're looking in the right direction.
Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take you through a little bit of my brain thinking, because I don't think I've got a question, but I think we've spent nearly 2 hours on this application, and we've obviously heard it before. I want to take you through my kind of flow chart. So, obviously, the first point of action is the green versus the grey. That's the first point of call. I think, looking at the golden rules, I would put a moderate under Rule A for check and sprawl because of the lack of physical features within the site. However, I know we've spoken about this quite a lot, but I would put a strong for Golden Rule B, preventing merging between Bushy and Watford. I think it's pretty clear from the pictures, whether you just discard a little bit of extra Bushy, I think it's pretty clear that this is kind of the last line of defence against a merging between Bushy and Watford. Therefore, once that is done, once we've decided, or I have decided, it's no longer grey belt, I have decided it's now inappropriate development in the green belt, of which you have officers have also advised. So it's pretty obvious that it's going to cause definitional harm, substantial or significant harm to the openness, and it's going to conflict with green belt purposes. So it's a case again of our judgment, members' judgment, on whether we see it as the various special circumstances outweighing the harm, the significant or substantial harm to the green belt. Now, obviously, 70% affordable is warranted and is something that we haven't really seen before. However, if I go through each of these, so the affordable, the publicly accessible open space, I wouldn't give it significant weight because there are public rights of way through that, so people are using the space to walk there. We've talked at large about the medical facility, which we know we cannot guarantee, so whatever letter is presented to us, that is not something that we can necessarily hang our hats on to say that is something that's going to happen. Therefore, I think if I keep going down, I think actually the weight is very much only on the affordable housing. That's where the only benefit is. So it is a case of members deciding, I believe, very simply, whether the affordable housing trumps the permanent removal of that spot, this place, and the removal of that bridge between, the gap between Bushy and Watford is fair. But I do not believe it is. And as such, I know there might be other people that want to speak, but we have seen this before and we are seeing it again. And we spent nearly 2 hours on it. I would like to propose refusal for this application based on the elements that I have added, that it's not, could be considered grey belt, it is green belt, it's not, it is inappropriate development in the green belt, and I don't believe that the benefits have outweighed the harm to this development. So that's where I am.
Thank you, sir. I do have two other people, and then I will come back to you at the end for your recommendation. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've lived near Bushy Hall Golf Club for 38 years, and I've seen a lot of changes in the area. I've seen the school closing and housing built there, the American University closing, housing built there, the leisure centre built on green land and derelict land by the Lincolnsfield Centre used for housing. So when a unused golf club comes up, you have to wonder, what else could it be used for? Now, I know it's greenbelt land, and I know it's also a buffer between Watford and Bushy, but we also need housing. I am of the opinion, if this was a reduced scale application and so there was more of a buffer left, it could be something that's acceptable. But it's not, in the current basis, they have maximised whatever they can do without leaving much room. What's left is not buildable on anyway because of the landscape of the land. So I don't know whether when the council officials dealt with this, they were more interested in what the benefits were to the council rather than the benefits to the area itself, because there's a lot of side money being paid for improvements to the area, but it's not necessarily necessary if the improvements are right. That's my question. Why is it so big?
Well, officers don't really have any say in how big the application is. The proposal, well, I'll go back. There was a pre-app on this, which originally included 400 homes, a school, and the medical centre. And following discussions with officers, it was reduced. The school was removed because it was considered that it would have a significant impact in the area in terms of additional traffic generated, and the number of housing was reduced in order to still be able to achieve the 70% affordable housing on the site. A certain number of overall provision is sort of required. But yeah, so this is mainly the reason in terms of the 350 homes. It is the applicant's choice at the end of the day, and we have assessed it on that basis. But also this application was submitted a year ago. This application was submitted before Grey Belt was a thing, and it was submitted on the basis of very special circumstances. And sorry, I'm getting confused. So this has been assessed and it's been improved improved in a number of ways. However, the principle of the 350 dwellings is not a concern for officers.
So, if I'm right, about 7 or 8 years ago, before the club closed, there was an application to demolish the clubhouse and build 30 houses. 30 has become 400, now become 350. So I'm saying if the developer could make money with 30 houses, why do we need to have 350?
That application included the demolition of the existing clubhouse and the construction of a new clubhouse and those 30 houses. But that was only, it was assessed as previously developed land, and it was only in the location of the clubhouse and did not extend in the rest of the site. That was providing some housing on the site and a new clubhouse. But since then, obviously the golf course has closed. There is no need for a new clubhouse.
Councillor Gray, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I take Councillor Rosehill's point on about affordability, and I do think the affordability that we have on this site is second to none, and it's something to be very proud of, and it does carry very substantial weight. But to dismiss the doctor's surgery as being the only thing that brings value to this application, I think is disingenuous at best. You know, we are talking about £250,000 for the East of England ambulance service, and we've all known the issues we've had with getting ambulances turning up to us in that regard. Over £500,000 going towards special needs education in the area, and £3 million going towards secondary education for the next generation of people that come to our borough, where we're looking at potentially £250,000 to provide green infrastructure to allow people to cycle around Bushy in more numbers. And those are the things we have to weigh up in our decision making, not just the binary choice of a doctor's surgery or not, even though that doctor's surgery does carry a lot of weight because there's a real interest. And I think it's worth looking at the letter that we've received as part of our application packs, where the doctors there talk about this being a genuine once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deliver new healthcare infrastructure in Bushy that everybody needs. So, in my eyes, I didn't sit on the last committee. I had a previous engagement, so I'm hearing this for the first time, or going through this with you guys for the first time. The onus on our planners is to just disprove whether, it's to prove where it doesn't meet purpose A or B of grey belt, and I think you've demonstrated that perfectly, and we should be assessing it on grey belt as is. The issue came up that some members didn't agree with that, so we asked for it to be looked under green belt kind of terms. That has been done. Thank you for doing that. And it still shows that this development is acceptable to be built. So therefore, I will be supporting this development this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Rosehill, Councillor Allen, sorry, and then I'll come to Councillor Rosehill.
Me? Okay.
Yes, and then we'll
go
back to Councillor Rosehill for the final part.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask about the medical centre, which I suggest is important in three ways. It significantly enlarges the built footprint of this scheme. It also pulls the scheme northwards and pulls it across the whole north-south longitude of the site. Without it, you could arrange the scheme much more densely around the southern end. The medical centre is important for two other reasons. Essentially, the golden rules seem to hang on it, as does the case for very special circumstances. But it is significant, I suggest, that in the report, the NHS rule it out. The NHS say, we don't want it, and we are not going to do it, and we are not going to fund it. And I cannot see how it would ever open its doors as a going concern. If the ICB aren't going to make it happen, there's no way of doing it that I can think of. It's difficult to see why it has survived in the report, when essentially the NHS have ruled it out. Also, the report does say that after, I think it's 5 years, that if no deal has been done, it can be considered for alternative use. So the building has been built, but lo and behold, the NHS aren't going to provide money for a surgery, so it can be used for other things, which obviously could be commercial uses, which is not the proposition we've been given here today. So for that reason, I think the medical centre needs a very, very large pinch of salt. The golden rules hang on the medical centre, as does VSCs, because the infrastructure improvements otherwise are things to keep track of more people living there. They're not net gains. And my question is, on that front, is, in officer's view, what percentage likelihood is there that any patient will ever walk through the doors of that medical centre?
I have a few things to come back on this matter. The golden rules don't hinge on the medical centre. I think I went through that aspect in quite a lot of detail when discussing, let me go back to that slide. When discussing what is being provided, we're talking about necessary improvements to local or national infrastructure. Again, necessary can be things that arise as mitigation requirements as a result of the development. And it also includes all of the aspects that are monetary contributions. There's highways contributions, there's contributions to the ambulance service, there's education contributions, there's contributions to provide a new secondary school to serve the area. There's waste services contributions and a cycle scheme contribution that would extend the Borough Bike scheme to Watford. All of those things do form part of that consideration. It's not just the medical centre that is the only thing that meets that paragraph of the Golden Rules. And you've also made reference to the reservation period and the building being built and then not being a medical centre. That is not the case. It is explained in detail in terms of the heads of terms that were provided. The reservation period is for the agreement to take place, but the construction of the medical centre would not, well, the completion of the medical centre would, the construction of the medical centre would not need to start until the 80% occupation of 80% of the affordable dwellings and 80% of the market dwellings. Now, this means that it still leaves some market dwellings that are unoccupied, which is to nobody's benefit, definitely not the developer's benefit, for those dwellings to remain unoccupied after construction. Therefore, that is the incentive. And obviously, that 80% also forms part of the affordable housing provision as well. And also in terms of the building being used for other uses, if the medical centre doesn't come forward, the report also has provided clarification on that point, that any alternative use would still have to be a community use. That is part of the heads of terms. If the medical centre doesn't happen, another community use would have to happen on the site. And I think also going back to what Councillor Rosehill mentioned earlier in terms again of the likelihood of the medical centre coming forward and that contributing to very special circumstances, members of this committee have approved applications earlier this year on very special circumstances that did not include a medical centre, and Hartfield Avenue and Barnett Lane have been approved by inspectors, and those also did not contain a medical centre, and they contained a lower level of affordable housing provision than what we have on this application. In any appeal that we've had in the last 2 years, all inspectors have characterise the affordable housing and market housing situation at the borough as quite bleak. And so the weight of the very special circumstances does not solely hinge on the affordable housing provision, it also hinges on the market housing provision and all of the other things that are presented in that table. The assessment of the very special circumstances needs to be considered as a whole and not taken apart. And in terms of the publicly accessible open space and reducing the weight of that, I will remind members that the assessment stated that approximately 2.4 hectares would be required for this development as part of the 350 dwellings. That is the amount of open space that is required, 2.4. 24 hectares are being provided not only for the dwellings of this development, but also for the use of the wider Bushy community. Now, our Parks team has, in discussions at an earlier stage of this, at pre-app stage, has confirmed that North Bushy does not have a high-quality public open space. So that is why the provision of the publicly accessible open space carries significant weight.
So Councillor Smith wanted to make one brief point, and then we really are going to go back to Councillor Rosehill, I promise.
Yes, I just want to just to clarify for my own brain. It's 70% affordable and social housing. What's the split?
So the table indicates what is the social rent in terms of the 1, 2, 3 bed and 4 bed houses, and the affordable and the shared ownership. So it's a mix of all different tenures.
I think that is a phenomenal amount. I don't think we've ever seen that in development before. 70% of affordable and social housing, which is desperately needed in Hertsmere. 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom homes. And 70%, I'm just blown away by that figure, and I am very much in favour of this development. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. So, Councillor Rosehill, you had a proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to propose refusal of the application based on not adhering to the golden rules, especially point B, that strongly contributes to the merging of two towns. And then if we move on to very special circumstances, I don't believe that the benefits that have been raised are outweighed by the harm that will be generated by the application. So that I believe that the only one that really had an effect on me is the 70% affordability. But as a whole, I don't believe that that has demonstrated the benefits to outweigh the harm.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert?
I would like to second Councillor Rosehill's proposal that we reject this application.
Thank you very much. I believe the planning officer would like to make a statement before we vote.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Just listening to the debate that's been had and some of the comments received, I'd just like to draw members' attention to the legal advice that has been received and appended by both the applicant, and we've obviously had that checked by Joe Cannon, that deals with the matter in terms of grey belt and says it does meet the test of grey belt and it does just need to meet either A or B. And the case officer's been through those points in terms of the coalescence and the separation, the fact that the site is contained within other areas of Bushy. And then we've also assessed the very special circumstances, and again just draw members' attention to the appended note on other applications that have been determined both locally and at appeal that have a lower level of VSCs than what are being presented today. And I draw attention to this, members, because if the application is refused on grounds of very special circumstances and we are in a position where the applicant seeks to appeal the decision, we will need robust evidence as to the VSCs, and they will bring up those other cases in support of their case to the inspector. And we've got obviously a number of cases where even without the medical centre with a lower level of affordable housing, we have determined locally applications, or again, that are closer to other settlements, that are considered appropriate development in the Greenbelt and tick those very special circumstances. So I think it's just to highlight the issues in terms of the consistency of decision making and how that will be brought up in any appeal situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we will go to the vote. Thank you, members.
Thank you, members. We have a recommendation to refuse permission on the grounds set out, and it's been seconded. Can I ask for your votes? Councillor Allen, how do you vote?
For refusal.
Councillor Amron?
Can I actually abstain?
Councillor Gray?
Against refusal.
Councillor Carza?
Against.
Councillor Lambert?
For refusal.
Councillor Morris?
For refusal.
Councillor Rosehill?
For refusal.
Councillor Shah? Councillor
I'd like
Smith?
to abstain.
Against refusal.
Councillor Sussman?
Against refusal.
Chair?
Against refusal.
Chairman, the motion is lost. On my numbers. Members, the voting for the proposition were from Councillor Allen, Councillor Lambert, Councillor Morris, Councillor Rosehill is 4. Those against, which are Councillor Gray, Councillor Carser, Councillor Smith, Councillor Sussman, and the Chairman is 5, and there were 2 abstentions. The motion is lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the public, for being patient. I know it takes a long time for us to discuss.
No, you need to look for another motion.
What? Hang on, one moment.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to propose we accept officer's recommendation under
Sorry.
grey belt terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carser, thank you.
Sorry, just to be clear, Councillor Gray, in terms of the recommendation, is it the grey belt recommendation or the VSC's recommendation, depending on the referral situation?
Obviously, being the first time I've seen this, then I think it should be done under grey belt, but...
Okay, thank you. I apologise. So we have proposed and second that we accept the proposal. Thank you. We can go to the vote.
Thank you, members. For this is in favour of granting planning permission. And can I call for your votes, beginning with Councillor Allen, please?
Against.
Councillor Amron.
Abstain.
Councillor Gray.
4.
Councillor Carser.
4.
Councillor Lambert.
Against.
Councillor Morris.
Against.
Councillor Rosehill.
Against.
Councillor Shah.
Abstain.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Sussman.
4.
Councillor Green.
4.
The motion to grant planning permission has been carried 5-4 with 2 extensions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we should have at least 10-15 minute break. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, otherwise we will be here even longer. We're now going on to 5B, which is 25/0153/FUL, the land west of Hillfield Lane, Aldenham, and I will ask Emily to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will be presenting the application at the land west of Hillfield Lane. I'll start the presentation with an aerial view of the site. So there you can see the application site outlined in red, with some nearby features such as Elstree Substation, which is located 150 metres to the north, Elstree Aerodrome to the east of the site, and Aldenham Park and Reservoir to the southeast of the site. This is a closer aerial view of the site there. You can see it outlined in red, and some surrounding features including Burn Close commercial units to the west and Hillfield Lane commercial units to the east. In terms of constraints on the site is located within the Metropolitan Greenbelt. There's the public right-of-way Bushy 036 that runs along the south boundary of the site. The site sits within the setting of 2 Grade 2 listed buildings, but is not within a conservation area itself, and the site is located within Flood Zone 1. So the proposal is for a battery energy storage system, or a BESS system. The proposal also includes ancillary works and access arrangements. Now, an appeal has been lodged to the Planning Inspectorate against non-determination of the application. So the purpose of hearing the application at the committee is for members to outline the position that they would have taken if they had determination powers, and that position will also be taken at the appeal for non-determination. So this is the site plan for the application, where you can see the access on Hillfield Lane and the main area of the site. So the application includes 80 battery containers with an inverter conversion system container serving each pair, therefore 40 inverters, 1 spare parts storage container, 1 switchgear unit, 2 water tanks, a customer substation, a 3-metre high perimeter fence with gated access, and 14 CCTV units, which would each be 4 metres high. And hopefully members can see on the site plan there the various elements of the scheme. In more detail, as I mentioned, 80 battery containers with an inverter conversion system. These would be arranged in blocks with a maintenance track forming a grid around the batteries, similar to what you can see in the bottom left photo. And both battery and inverter conversion containers would measure 6 metres by 2.4 metres with a height of 3 metres. Another element, the spare parts container, there would be one of these on the site towards the south, and this would measure approximately 12.2 metres by 2.5 metres with a height of 2.8 metres. And the final part of the site that I'll be mentioning is the customer switchgear. Again, you can see there towards the south of the site, which would have a height, which would be 12.7 metres by 4.9 metres with a height of 2.99 metres. This is a CGI image of what a BESS proposal could look like if it came forward. This is not the exact one we're looking at today, but just to give you an idea of the layout, the substations, the battery units, and that grid formation. So in terms of the development background, battery storage technology is recognised by the government as essential to making a modal shift between the use of non-renewable and renewable energy. The UK government has a statutory target to cut greenhouse emissions by 100% by 2050 and to declare a climate emergency. The National Policy Statement recognises that to meet the government's objective, significant large and small-scale energy infrastructure will be required, and the Clean Power Act 2030 Action Plan states that the shift to a clean power system by 2030 forms the backbone of the transition to net zero. All of this evidence suggests that there is a national drive towards renewable energy resources and low-carbon development proposals. And just to highlight this again, paragraph 161 of the NPPF outlines that the planning system should support the transition to net zero by 2050, and this includes supporting renewable and low-carbon energy and associated infrastructure. So BESS provision does not directly contribute to the national grid as a renewable energy resource. It doesn't create the energy itself. However, it does support renewable energy because it stores power during times of high supply and releases it during times of high demand and low supply, which is particularly pertinent for renewable energy resources like solar or wind energy, where there may not be a consistent supply. So this also applies to non-renewable energy because best development can provide additional stability for general power consumption from the grid. Best development does not have to be adjacent to a renewable energy resource to contribute to the stability of renewable energy resources. And therefore, it's concluded that best development is a critical part of ensuring the provision of renewable and sustainable energy can be assured and remain consistent. So we move on to the principle of development. So as I mentioned, the site is located within the Metropolitan Green Belt, which paragraph 142 of the NPPF attaches great importance to. The NPPF, as we've heard, contains a number of exceptions to inappropriate development in the Green Belt, one of which is paragraph 155, which is what we will be assessing the application against. So this outlines the development of homes, commercial and other development in the Green Belt should also not be regarded as inappropriate where all the following apply, and we'll be going through all 4 of these points to make an assessment against each. So this is the development would utilise grey belt land, but would not fundamentally underline the purposes when taken together of the remaining green belt across the area of the plan. There is a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed. The development would be in a sustainable location, and where applicable, the development proposed complies with the golden rules as outlined in paragraph 156. So like I said, we'll go through each of these in turn. So we start with part A, which is the development would utilise grey belt land. So we first need to assess whether or not we consider the site to be grey belt land. And to do this, we need to make an assessment of whether the site makes a strong contribution to purpose A, B and D of the purposes of the green belt as outlined within the NPPF, and whether footnote 7 provides a strong reason for refusal. So to make an assessment on how the site contributes to the purposes of the Green Belt, officers have utilised the Arup study created for the 2021 draft local plan and their own assessment. It's important to note that at the time of the draft local plan, this study, the Arup study, was not intended to be used to inform judgments on grey belt exceptions. So this is to help officers inform a judgment. But it does have some limitations. A member can see the site location indicated with a star on this plan, which lies within parcel 9 of the Arup Stage 1 assessment. Again, it's important to mind that the site only forms a very small part of the parcel. So the Arup assessment outlined the following, that parcel 9 did not contribute to purpose A of the Green Belt purposes, which is to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas because it is not adjacent to a large built-up area. Parcel 9 met purpose B, but not strongly, and that's to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. And that parcel 9 did not contribute to purpose D at all, which is to preserve the setting and special character of historic towns. So therefore, the officer's conclusion is that the proposed site would not contribute strongly to purposes A, B or D of the purposes of the Green Belt. So we know that the proposal will not make a strong contributions to purposes A, B and D, and now we have to look at whether footnote 7 provides a strong reason for refusal. Footnote 7 has been included on the screen, and aside from the Green Belt allocation, which we don't count in this particular assessment of Grey Belt, there are no other relevant restrictions or relevant constraints on the site as outlined within footnote 7. So if we follow the flowchart on the screen, the site would not make a strong contribution to the relevant purposes, and footnote 7 would not provide a strong reason for restricting development, and therefore the site must be considered grey belt land. So now we look at the second part of part A, which is that the development would utilise grey belt land and would not fundamentally undermine the purposes when taken together of the remaining green belt across the area of the plan. So purposes A, B and D we've already assessed. The Arup study considers the site to meet purpose C, which is to assist in safeguarding countryside for encroachment. Officers have considered the site to be self-contained by road networks with limited geographical spread, and that's why it doesn't meet it strongly. In terms of purpose E, the site is not derelict, and the site selection statement that was submitted with the application indicates that a suitable site cannot be found within a reasonable proximity of the Elstree substation to accommodate this kind of development, and therefore more derelict land could not be used for this development, and proposal aligns with purpose E of the purposes. So if we look at A together, the application site is considered grey belt land, and the site would not undermine the purposes of the remaining green belt across the area of the plan, and therefore part A of paragraph 155 is considered to be met. Then we move on to part B, which is the demonstrable unmet need. As I said earlier in the presentation, there is a national and local policy intent that indicates that there is a significant need for infrastructure that contributes to lowering carbon emissions and combating climate change. Best development is a key part of achieving this shift towards the greater use of renewable energy resources, and therefore the proposal would meet an unmet need for this type of development. Now we look at whether the site is in a sustainable location, particular reference to paragraphs 110 and 115 of the NPPF. Paragraph 110 of the NPPF outlines that significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable. And paragraph 115 of the NPPF outlines that sustainable transport modes are prioritised and that safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved. So in of itself, the application proposal would not generate significant car movement during the operational lifetime of the BESS, and the HCC Highways Officer and National Highways Officer have raised no objection to the scheme with regards to sustainability, and therefore officers have considered the site to be sustainable for this type of development. And then we move on to part D, which is where applicable the development proposed meets the golden rules. And we look at paragraph 156, which outlines the golden rules that says where major development involving the provision of housing is proposed. And I've stopped the highlight there because we are not looking at a scheme for housing and therefore the golden rules are not applicable. So just to recap, when we're looking at paragraph 155, we've determined as officers that the proposal would utilise grey belt land and would not fundamentally undermine the purposes, that there's a demonstrable unmet need, that the development would be a sustainable location and would not be necessary for it to meet the golden rules. And so considering that the proposal meets all of the tests within paragraph 155, the development is not considered inappropriate development within the green belt. So now that we've dealt with the principle of development, we now move on to other planning considerations, and we'll start with planning and character and appearance, and particularly landscape character. The application has been accompanied by a landscape and visual impact assessment, and this LVIA picks out key landscape features such as the site being located within the National Character Area within the Northern Thames Basin, and Landscape Character Area LCA 22, the Boreham Wood Plateau. The LVIA outlines an overall medium to low sensitivity to development of this nature, and it's outlined that the users of the public right-of-way, Bushy 036, which you can see outlined there in the yellow dash, are assessed to have the highest sensitivity to visual receptors. These are some images that have been provided within the LVIA, where the arrow is pointing from the corner of the site inwards. This is where these pictures or CGI images have been created from. You can see there in year one that the battery units are fairly visible, but by the time you get to year 10, because of the proposed planting, the majority of the site will be screened. So the landscape officer has agreed with the conclusions of the sensitivity of the development. The site is currently contained by existing vegetation and the topography of the land towards the M1 corridor. The proposal would seek to retain all existing vegetation and proposes additional planting to the south of the site along the public right-of-way, which would provide some buffer and screening, but officers have ascertained that some impact would arise, which would harm visual amenity from this location as a detraction from views to the countryside. So that harm will come into the planning balance when we get to that stage later on. To move then to heritage assets as a planning consideration, as I mentioned, the site is not within a conservation area. The site is located within the wider setting of the Lodge to Hillfield Castle, which is Grade 2 listed, and Hillfield Castle, which is Grade 2 star listed. A historic environment assessment has been submitted with the application and ascertains that both listed buildings are visible from Hillfield Lane. It's concluded that the proposed development would erode part of the setting of the listed building by introducing development to the rural context. Now, how do we assess that? Well, paragraph 215 of the NPPF outlines that where less than substantial harm to a heritage asset is identified, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. Now, I'll go into the benefits in a little bit more detail later on, but in short, the contribution to renewable energy resources, employment and biodiversity net gain benefits would outweigh the harm specifically to heritage assets in this part of the assessment. Therefore, it's concluded that the harm is not significant enough to form a reason for refusal for the application. However, the heritage harm that has been identified, this less than substantial harm, will be considered in the tilted planning balance. A question was asked at the technical meeting as to the separation distance between the site and the nearest residential property. As you can see on the screen, that has been measured, and from the most western point of the eastern point, of the site to the nearest residential dwelling, the separation distance is 160 metres. Noise assessment has been submitted with the application and reviewed by the environmental health officer. Mechanical ventilation will be used as cooling infrastructure during the operation and would work on a demand basis, and therefore it's unlikely for all of the cooling systems for the battery units to be working at the same time, and would likely not be in use at all during cooler periods, so that would be at periods during night or winter, for example, in winter. The assessment that's been submitted concludes that at the worst case scenario, the proposal would result in noise operating well below background noise level due to buffers such as vegetation and the fact that there are influencing factors on the background noise, such as the proximity to the M1 corridor. The Environmental Health Officer has reviewed all of this data and has agreed with the conclusions. A condition has been recommended to limit operational noise, and the way that that would be enforceable would be that if we get a complaint about noise, the Environmental Health Officer would be able to go out and check that the battery cooling system is working at a level below what is acceptable. Moving on to highways matters, the table that you can see here indicates the various stages of the construction of the application proposal and the number of vehicles that would be coming to and from the site over the course of that period. So, for example, there, the most number of vehicles that would be visiting the site will be during the main construction phase, which is 49 weeks, which would encourage around 279 vehicles to come to the site, resulting in 558 two-way movements. A question was asked at the technical meeting as to how these numbers have appeared, how they've been measured, because it was considered that these numbers seemed a little bit low for an construction of this type. We've been assured through the transport assessment that these numbers have been estimated based on the previous work that this company has done on building best developments. So they know how long it takes, they know how many vehicles they need, and they know how that's going to work. There'd be an average of around 14 vehicles per day or 28 two-way movements. The trip generation has been assessed by the highways officer and has been found to be acceptable. It's considered that during the operation of the BESS, that traffic generation is not considered to have a severe impact on the local highways network, and therefore the county highways officer has not raised an objection, and neither has the national highways officer raised an objection either. A construction and travel management plan has been submitted with the application and sets out that vehicles will be routed to the site via Hillfield Road and therefore avoiding areas such as Radler and Bushy and therefore limiting the traffic impact. However, with that being the case, traffic would be routed through smaller settlements like Patchett's Green and Aldenham, and therefore a condition has been recommended and already agreed with the applicant to provide additional information through an updated CTMP or construction travel management plan to provide rerouting via Sandy Lane, and the hopes are that that will relieve traffic impact on areas like Aldenham and Patchett's Green. In terms of the access, the proposal would introduce a Belmouth priority junction to Hillfield Lane. Things like visibility space and swept path analysis have been provided to ensure that road safety is maintained for larger vehicles like HGVs. The HCC highways officers raised no objection to the access to the site. As you can see on the plan on the left-hand side, the access would cross over the public right-of-way to the south of the development. However, a management procedure has been outlined within the transport assessment to ensure pedestrian safety in that area specifically. With regards to the natural environment, this is the plan that's been submitted to indicate any tree removal or tree planting. In this case, there will be no trees removed from the site, and an additional 49 native trees, hedge planting and a wildflower meadow will be provided. From an ecological point of view, no further ecological studies are required beyond those submitted within the preliminary ecological assessment, which sets out the standards for mitigation measures for species such as newts, badgers, bats and reptiles. There would be a biodiversity net gain of over 10% that will be achieved on the site, and we'll speak a little bit more about that later when we look at the benefits of the scheme. But this would be secured via the Section 106 legal agreement and conditions. In terms of other matters, officers have considered flood risk. So a flood risk assessment has been submitted with the application, which addresses surface water management in the form of flood attenuation to accommodate flows from impervious surfaces, accounting for climate change for a 100-year period. It addresses flood mitigation measures for the access to the site. And it's been ascertained that the site is within an area at risk of reservoir flooding. However, this has also been addressed in the flood risk assessment through mitigation measures. Groundwater contamination has been assessed under the application, and that will be avoided through discharge of water to attenuation areas via a number of water quality treatment measures, such as porous surfaces, drainage blankets, filter strips, and the main detention basin, which uses replanting to reduce flows and encourage silt and sediment deposition. The Environment Agency and the LLFA have raised no concerns with regards to flood risk or groundwater contamination in any circumstances. Speaking of other circumstances, another matter that's been considered under the application is fire safety. So the application has been accompanied with an outline battery safety management plan, and this, within it, recognises the chance of combustion of this type of development. It addresses safety concerns in construction, it addresses safety concerns in the operation, and includes matters of fire suppression, detection, and service action. And just to give members an idea of what's been included, things like cell module level control, enabling the cell to disconnect from the battery in times of cell failure, have been included, a battery management system, 24/7 remote monitoring and automated shutdown, bespoke fire detection and suppression system for each individual container, segregation of the containers to an appropriate degree, which in this case is 3 metres, and natural fire breaks through vegetation planting, and sufficient access for emergency services vehicles. With all of that being said, a condition has also been recommended for a further fire mitigation and verification and compliance report, which would include even more detailed protection measures, confirmation of specific technology that will be used, design details of the battery cabinet, partitions between cabinets, and suppression systems, just to name a few things. The Elstree Aerodrome has been consulted on the application and has raised no objection, and would be expected to be included in discussions for the creation of the fire mitigation report, as there has been concerns that if there is a fire on the site, that smoke could impede the use of the aerodrome. In addition, the Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service have also raised no objection to the proposal, and also would be included in discussions related to the fire mitigation report. So there would be a lot of outside influence on that report. Now moving on to the planning balance. So just to go over some of the harms that we've already looked at. So the harms caused by the development would be landscape impacts. So because of the proximity to the public right-of-way, while mitigation planting is proposed, this would not screen the development entirely, leading to some visual harm. And we'd also ascertain that there is some heritage impact, as there would be less than substantial harm to 2 designated heritage assets. And both of these harms would afford limited weight in a planning balance. And then discussing the benefits, significant weight goes to the compliance with the development plan, as the site is considered greenbelt land and therefore not inappropriate development within the greenbelt, would meet an unmet need for development, and would not generate meaningful levels of transport movement during operation, and therefore the proposal would comply in full with the development plan. When we look at contribution to renewable energy, national and local policies support the delivery of major energy infrastructure and renewable energy projects such as battery storage facilities. The proposal would contribute to the national aim to meet net carbon zero objectives and limiting the impact of climate change, and therefore that would afford significant weight. There would be economic opportunities that would arise from the development, as there would be some measure of short-term employment opportunities, and local businesses would benefit in the short term for the increase in demand as a result of additional employment in the area. We've afforded that limited weight. And in terms of biodiversity net gain, the proposal indicates that there would be a net gain of over 11% in habitat units. A hedgerow gain of over 1,000% will be achieved. The development will secure further ecological connectivity across the landscape via proposed planting, and we've afforded that moderate weight. So here you can see in conclusion the harms that would be caused by the development and the proposed benefits. As I've said, the proposal would contribute to national and local drive to create a modal shift to renewable energy, provide benefits to the natural environment, employment, and comply in full with the development plan. The proposal would have no significant impact on highways matters, residential amenity, flood risk, or groundwater contamination. And it's considered that fire safety has been considered, and a conclusion drawn that mitigation measures would be sufficient to overcome the potential risk. And therefore, the recommendation that is being made to members is that if the local planning authority had been in a position to determine the application, they would have granted planning permission subject to the conditions that are listed at the end of the report and a suitably worded Section 106 agreement. And just to remind members that whatever this decision is tonight, this will form the opinion of the council during an appeal for non-determination.
Thank you very much. So we have speakers, so can I please call Mr. Malcolm Severin to speak against the application? Thank you, sir. You'll have 3 minutes. Press the black button. Thank you.
I speak as chair of the Patchett's Green Residents Association. Our community is deeply concerned over this proposal so near to our homes. I'm going to give 3 reasons for rejection. Firstly, the Elstree substation upgrade and extension negates the need. Neither the applicant nor the officer's report mentions the schedule upgrade to the Elstree substation, nor the new one being built, which will deliver state-of-the-art facilities, SATCOMs, SVCs, synchronous condensers, to ensure frequency and voltage stability. In plain terms, a battery energy storage system simply isn't needed. Without demonstrable unmet need, this fails the test for appropriate development on grey belt land, and without that need, there are no special circumstances to justify building on the green belt. There's no local wind or solar generation that this BS could serve. Secondly, fire safety is another serious concern. National government and an FCC guidance requires at least 2 separate access points to allow for changing wind directions during a fire. This proposal has just 1, a curved U-shaped route guaranteeing smoke exposure somewhere along the approach. Last year, an appeal for a BESS half this size was refused because, in the inspector's words, the single access point would contravene expert national guidance and has not been demonstrated to be safe. Herts Fire and Service were consulted, but their comments are missing from the officer's summary. Why? Their advice was clear. An alternative access point approach route should be provided to enable appliances to approach from an upwind direction. I repeat, the applicant's plan to split the internal road is not the same as having 2 independent accesses. Herts FRS also flagged inadequate spacing, just 3 metres instead of the required 6. The applicant says the layout may change, but this is a full application and the site is too tight to comply. Finally, the condition to keep noise 10 decibels below background won't be met. Environmental Health warned that background levels at sensitive location were raised by 3 decibels, with another 3 from separate new development. And there's no assessment of cumulative noise from the substation works. Fire safety and noise are not minor details, they're fundamental. This is a full application, the need isn't there, the safety risks are real, and the environmental impacts are ignored. Given these critical omissions, this proposal surely can't be accepted.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Can I now call Councillor Brisky as community advocate to speak against the application? You will have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I speak to strongly oppose the officer's recommendation to support this application, which is unwanted by our community, who are understandably concerned about the risks it poses. This proposed BESS is twice the average size of such projects and is an entirely inappropriate development with no benefit to the local area. Strong objections submitted by the area's residents groups, representing 500 households, demonstrate that this proposal is unacceptable to our community, and 98% of public comments received were objections. The fact is that there is no need for this BESS. The applicant cites the Clean Power 2030 Action Plan, which explains that a BESS can minimise the cost of network infrastructure that needs to be built to maintain security of supply. But the truth is that very substantial upgrades and extensions to the Elstree substation are already scheduled to commence, to include building a second new substation adjacent. National Grid has explained that these will operate quite separately and will each act as a backup for the other, in addition to normal backup arrangements, so effectively double backup. This level of resilience means that grid balancing facilities from a BESS won't be needed. Unmodernised substations elsewhere may benefit from a BESS, but that doesn't apply here. Nor would this BESS support a renewable energy project such as wind turbines or a solar plant. Its purpose is pure financial arbitrage. Members will be aware that grey belt development is a 2-part test. Whilst this land may pass the first part of the test, it singularly fails the second part, which mandates that development is only appropriate where there is demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed. The forthcoming substation works mean that there is no demonstrable unmet need. In fact, quite the contrary, so that the proposal cannot pass the test of being not an appropriate development. Accordingly, this application falls to be determined on Greenbelt principles. Greenbelt designation is amongst the highest forms of protection in national planning policy, meant to prevent development that we do not need. As there is no need for this BESS, the applicant has not demonstrated any very special circumstances that would justify building this large industrial energy storage system in this rural area. The BESS also raises severe noise and environmental concerns, another reason to refuse this application. The applicant's noise impact assessment states the BESS will give rise to noise levels below the measured background sound level in the area at each assessed residential receptor. However, Environmental Health disagree and state that the overall background noise level will actually be raised by 3 decibels at sensitive receptors, and also say that the substation works may lead to further increases in noise and there could be a cumulative effect which should be addressed. This has not been done. Noise like this has serious health implications and it will disrupt local residents' quality of life. Ignoring this puts the council at risk of statutory nuisance claims. This proposal falls critically short on fire safety. Current government and National Fire Chiefs Council guidance mandate at least 2 access points for BESS projects to enable emergency response teams to operate safely in case of toxic smoke or fire. Yet this application offers only a single access way, a substantial safety hazard. Whilst the applicant dismisses this as being mere guidance, Herts Fire and Rescue Service has been specifically consulted, and I quote their response: "An alternative access point and approach route should be provided and maintained to enable appliances to approach from an upwind direction." This isn't mentioned in the officer's report, and there is no proposed condition dealing with this. The proximity to Bactivedanta Manor compounds this concern. Though Herts Fire and Rescue Service requires 6-metre spacing and fire hydrants, these haven't been adopted by the applicant and aren't included in the officer's proposed conditions. This project contradicts our local standards, which mandate that developments in the Greenbelt be as unobtrusive as possible. Despite amendments to the scheme, place services still raise concerns which remain unaddressed, including that the substation structures within 31 feet should be distanced further away from the public right-of-way. Instead of working positively with the council to address all of the issues I've mentioned in accordance with paragraph 39 of the NPPF, the applicant has decided to appeal for non-determination. This development would impose serious, irreversible harm on the environment and quality of life with no offsetting benefit. I therefore urge members to vote as if they would have rejected the proposal and that the council should fight the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members? No? Okay. Members, do you have a question? I think Councillor...
Sorry, it's just the comment about back to Devanta Manor. I didn't believe it was that best site we were talking about, and I understand back to Devanta Manor is quite a distance from this because this is connecting to Elstree substation.
I agree.
It's probably about 400 yards. You see at the top of the picture,
yeah,
that is back to Vedanta Manor.
That's the manor there,
Yeah.
sorry. So there's a similar distance to the London Aerodrome, which is approximately 600 metres away.
Thank you. I might have some other comments going forward. But
No, that's fine. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Morris.
Just a few points of clarity, please. On the sound generation, I wonder if you could just explain a little bit. I've got 3 questions, actually, or 4, maybe 3. How that will be measured and managed going forward, because I did actually raise it at technical, and I just wanted to understand that particular issue. Please, I'll give you one at a time and then come back to me.
That would be better. Okay, let's do noise first. So, for the most part, when we deal with planning applications and we put on the condition that says the noise that is created can be no more greater than 10 decibels over background noise. The way that that's enforceable is most of the time through complaint. So if somebody calls us and says this is too noisy, the environmental health officer will go out and they will measure whether or not that's the case, essentially. Obviously, there are specific types of when the applicant is purchasing the battery unit, they're obviously trying to find, units that are going to be the quietest possible. They're going to comply with that kind of decibel in comparison to the background noise. But that's why it's mentioned in Lisa's report as enforceable by complaint. And that's most of the time how things like that are dealt with. Now, the reason that the environmental health officer has mentioned some of the surrounding development and how there may be a cumulative impact or a rise in background development is because it is relevant to this scheme. However, again, we're talking about potential outcomes of other developments or other things that might be going on in the area, which is why this condition is probably the best way that we can secure ensuring that the best development is not going to be too much more noisy than the background development, whatever that may be. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I think that very adequately answers the question. My next question is, obviously, considerable concern has been expressed both in the technical meeting and by others here today, the dangers of fire and how you address it and combat it. And my question really relates to, where will all the water come from? I mean, the reservoir is a long way, and are special provisions being made for the provision of water on site?
I'm not sure you use water on a lithium battery fire. I'm not sure you use water on a lithium battery fire. On an electrical fire. Yeah. No, yeah, fair enough.
So the management in terms of fire safety, I think before we get to water, before we get to the fire even starting and getting to that stage, the OBSMP outlines a number of ways that even before it gets to that stage that fire is going to be avoided. And I listed some of them fairly quickly, I grant you. Lisa had listed a whole lot more in her report. But like I mentioned, the ability for the cell to disconnect itself from the battery when it realises it's failing, which is a specific type of technology that's very popular in BESS technology. Remote monitoring, which means that anybody anywhere can be notified if there is an issue with the battery cell and literally just shut it down remotely. As I said, automated shutdown, fire detection and suppression within each of the units itself, which obviously prevents fire spreading. So if a fire starts in one battery unit, that gets cut off immediately. And then in terms of the service action, that would be the fire mitigation verification and compliance report, which people like the Elstree Aerodrome and the Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service would be involved in more detail. What the document we have outlines is more of a overview of the way that it will be managed. And if I just go down so I can read you some of the elements, because there's quite a few, because they've listed quite a few. If I can just... Okay, so things like things that will be assessed would be things like so this would all be what would go into the fire mitigation and verification report, would be things like the hazards and risks to the facility, safe access, natural but infrastructure processes that may delay effective fire response, for example, the site layout, including the infrastructure details. So we were talking about that separation distances between each block and making sure that emergency services can get to each individual battery unit so that they can stop a fire, the entrances that are available, details of emergency resources in the local area, dangerous goods stored on site. So At the moment, like I said, it's an overview. It's almost them approaching this as what would we need to be able to see, and then the condition, as I mentioned, would be the more detailed approach of, okay, if there is a fire, how are we actually getting people, you know, how is that actually going to work? What is going to be utilised? But that's fairly common for this type of development, particularly because the specific battery type is not known at this stage. That would come into the more detailed information about the specific technology that would be used.
So, just to clarify then, so that would be something that you would agree with the fire service, etc., as to how they would tackle the problem should it arise, because at technical, many of us made reference to the fact that there have been these fires and we're just concerned about how it's managed, which brings me on to my final question. On the bearing in mind its location, and it relates to the fire as well, to the M1, has any consideration been given to the impact of a severe fire on the site on traffic on the M1?
So, as I mentioned, National Highways were consulted on the application and they haven't raised any objections with regards to that matter. I think that's probably, so consideration has been given to it, and obviously I would say that the same amount of consideration is given to all aspects of the surrounding area in terms of fire safety. The Elstree Aerodrome, the reservoir, groundwater, the M1, obviously the aim is to avoid any kind of impact at all, which is why so many mitigation measures are going to be implemented.
Thank you. Councillor Carza.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Emily, just a quick question regarding this. Because this is not a straightforward application, because it's so linked to the planning inspectorate and that decision. I just want to know, whatever decision that we come to tonight, how much weight would it have on the planning inspectorate's considerations? That's question one, but I have some more questions.
I'll answer that question first. So at the moment, the request has been made by the applicant that this is heard at a public inquiry, so a public hearing. So what that would mean is that the council would, I believe, defend their position as they would, as if we'd have made the decision rather than as a consultee. I believe that's right. However, obviously, if that's only if we oppose the recommendation. If the recommendation is made to approve the application, it's very likely that the application will be dealt with by some kind of written report rather than a public inquiry where everyone agrees on all points.
So coming up to the second question, thank you for clarifying at the technical meeting that this site is completely separate to what we heard a few months back, and it's not necessarily within the substation, and yeah, there's a totally different application. So the question is, there's nothing stopping a second application or vice versa linking the substation and a BESS application or anything similar to the substation. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct. As far as I understand it, and this is quite technical in terms of how much research I've had to do for the previous application, is that you need a special type of connection to connect a substation to a battery energy storage system. Now, I think I mentioned it technical, Elstree substation is one of these substations, but it only has the capacity to connect to so many BESS developments. So yes, another one can come forward, but not an infinite amount.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Emily, for the presentation, because I know you're not the case officer on this. I've got quite a few questions and or comments. The first one, I think, is about process. The fact that this has gone to the fact that it's already gone to appeal, if we make comments now, either approve or disapprove this, can we add conditions that the inspector will take on board in addition to any that you've made? Or is that a difficult question?
Yes. In answer, yes. I mean, additional conditions can be proposed where they meet the the tests are set out within the MPPF. But I mean, just to be clear, obviously, it is the gift of the planning inspectorate to make their decision and decide what they consider, to consider whether this development's acceptable or not. And if they find it to be acceptable, then they will impose the conditions as they see fit.
So we can have input to conditions. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Well, yes, but it's up to the planning inspectorate. So we might suggest conditions, but it is within their powers to decide whether they feel those conditions are appropriate.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Can I just clear up the traffic? Because at the technical meeting the other day, we were told that there was going to be 319 movements for 55 weeks to build this. And now we've gone to, I think 28 movements a day for 55 weeks comes to a bit more than 638. Is there a zero missing from somewhere?
You can ask Google.
Yeah.
Sorry, is the comment that the average of 14 vehicles per day doesn't equate to the total number?
Right. So, but if the construction is 55 weeks,
yes,
which I think comes to something like 250 days, and the average is 28 two-way movements, 28 times 250, help me, 7,000? I think that's 7,000.
There's a question of math
yeah.
there.
I think there's a zero missed off the 638.
It's a good point, because 55 weeks is roughly a year, and 14 times 52 is 5,000.
The reason it does make a big difference is I really want to make sure that we've got a cast iron condition that that traffic will not go through Patchett's Green from Hillfield. The access will be from the south end of Hillfield, from the A41.
Yes, so at the moment, the construction management travel plan indicates that in order to avoid traffic implications in Radlett and Bushy, vehicles will be routed from the M1 through Patchett's Green and part of Aldenham, which obviously, owing to the number of objections that we've received from the local area and realising that large HGVs moving through that area obviously may have a traffic impact, a condition has been added to update that construction management travel plan to include rerouting via Sandy Lane. So you'd be coming down the A41 and then down Sandy Lane. And the idea of that is that you would avoid moving HGVs through the twisty turny lanes of Patchett's Green and therefore alleviating the traffic implications.
So that map there is incorrect?
That is the current construction management travel plan.
Yep.
Because as you can see there, you come down from the M1 junction 5 across and then down through Patchett's Green.
Right.
That's what it shows at the moment, but we have made the assessment that that is going to have some traffic implications in Patchett's Green that are not acceptable, and we have spoken to the applicant and they are happy to agree a condition where they submit new information which would show more vehicles coming down the A41 and then coming to the site via Sandy Lane to alleviate that pressure, which we think, and the highways officer believes to be more acceptable.
Thank you, Emily. There are a couple of other ones. The ones that really concern me are around fire. I know that not every BESS catches fire, but the ones that have caught fire, and you've got an electric fire, they are pretty serious. There were the cars at Luton Airport car park, which caught fire and kept going for a long time. There was the battery storage system on Merseyside, where they had the water from the sea but it still took them three days to put the fire out, and that was only half a dozen containers of batteries. There are a number of things that worry me, and this is where I think we ought to have some more conditions. I don't believe that 2 storage reservoirs are going to be sufficient if there is a fire, and yet I believe from the report there are no fire hydrants, and I think it's really important that they have fire hydrants on site in case there is an accident. I mean, I think it's an absolute essential one. And that goes with the National Fire Chief Officers. Yeah. Is it the NFCC, the Chief Fire Officers, and also Herts FRS? They have mentioned, and we don't seem to be putting it in a condition, but these battery storage units are going to be 3 metres apart, whereas actually the recommendation is 6 metres apart. And this is new technology. We don't know what's going to happen to them. It seems to me really safe if you sort of meet the minimum specification for the national fire lot. That is 6 metres, 6 metres between each, not 3 metres. So that's the other one. And the third bit is access. That really concerns me. And Herts Fire and Rescue Service are saying they want 2 separate accesses in order to be able to cope with whatever direction the wind is blowing in order to access the site, which I think means that it's inadequate to have only one approach road, and when it gets to the site, it can go this way or that way. I think it's actually got to be 2 accesses from the road. So on the fire front, we ought to have fire hydrants. Those 2 storage tanks are going to be insufficient. We ought to be asking that the batteries are the minimum fire recommendations of 6 metres apart, not 3 metres. And I think that's about it on that side. I am also, is that it? Yeah. I'm a bit concerned about the comments from Affinity, because Affinity have, firstly, they're responsible for getting rid of the wastewater, but they are also responsible for the reservoir. And the reservoir is filled from aquifers, which is underground feeds. So it worries me a lot that if they don't realise what the plan is for dealing with wastewater, if you're using it in vast quantities and the chemicals to try and stop lithium fires, I am really concerned that they haven't realised that it might contaminate the underground water that they're collecting from. I might think of something else, but that's it for the moment. Do you want to? Yep.
I've got some answers for you, I hope. I will try and answer all of your questions. I've tried to make some notes on some of them. So, if we start with fire safety, with regards to fire hydrants specifically, I do believe that if it is considered that fire hydrants would be an appropriate mitigation measure for the fire mitigation of this development, that they would be included in the fire verification, mitigation and compliance condition, which is outlined in condition 26. So obviously we can't, I think it would be unreasonable for us to ask for fire hydrants if they would make no difference in the case of a fire. However, if they are necessary, they will be included, and we know that because the Herts Fire and Rescue Service are going to be included in the creation of that fire mitigation report, which I'm going to shorten it to. Similarly, I understand, and it was brought up by the community advocate, and it's also mentioned in the report that there are various policies which outline guidance for best development, including safety procedures and separation distances between batteries. Now, as outlined in the report, these are guidance figures, so it's not policy that needs to be complied with, it's just recommended guidance. And like I said like it said in the report, and I said in the presentation, the Herts Fire and Rescue Service have looked over this application with the separation distances of 3 metres and have raised no objection to the scheme. So it's not necessarily enforceable that we have to ask developments like these best developments to maintain a separation distance of 6 metres if the people who are technically going to be putting out the fires deem it to be acceptable. The same goes for the access. Again, it's outlined as guidance with the NFPCC, sorry. Relevant policies, relevant guidance, that there should be 2 accesses, or it's recommended that there should be. However, because there is 1 access does not necessarily make the scheme refusable. That is not a policy, it is guidance. And again, the Herts Fire and Rescue Service have looked at the scheme and found it acceptable. So we are going off of the comments that they have made, being the ones who are going to come to the site in the case of a fire and have to deal with it, that they would be able to manage that with 1 access and with the separation distances of 3 metres. Now, there was also a question of affinity water and the concern that they maybe didn't understand the implications of there being a fire and some chemicals leaching into the groundwater. If members are minded to approve the application, or to have their position be that we would have approved the application, and an inspector approves the application, we as the local authority would still be in charge of discharging all of those conditions. And like we've said, the Elstree Aerodrome and the Herts Fire and Rescue Service would both be consulted in the case that when there is a fire mitigation strategy submitted to us through a discharge of conditions. We can ensure that affinity water are part of that conversation as well, to ensure that they understand the implications and how that may influence groundwater contamination. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you. That's a great help. I mean, my initial reaction when I saw this was that if you are going to try and put it somewhere in my ward, in the area, slap bang to the M1 is not a bad place to put it. On the basis that, I don't know, next to a motorway. Yeah. Thank you very much for those answers.
I have a number of other people that want to ask. So Councillor Allen and then Councillor Amron.
Emily, first question. On what basis is the applicant claiming non-determination?
So the application was not determined within the statutory 16-week period, or 13-week period that we're given. So there was no extension of time agreed on the application on the basis that we didn't make a decision within that timescale. They have appealed to an inspector that we have been unable to make a decision on the application.
They took it out before, didn't they? Was this the same site they put forward originally?
You say they, do you mean the applicant?
Yes.
I can't speak for the history of
the proposition has come around before, has it not?
We had a similar application, albeit from a different applicant, adjacent to the Elstree substation. But like I mentioned at the technical meeting, this is a different application.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Okay, so thank you for that. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because we're not deciding this. And that puts us in an unusual position where we our decision is there's only so much we can do with it, really, isn't there? Because all we can do is inform a position that you will take at the appeal, an appeal which has only come about because of a period of time rather than they don't like our original decision. I would say it's really good to see and hear Patrick Green's voice being represented, and I think it's very important to bear their concerns in mind, because this is quite a new technology and to hear that something of this nature will be built on your doorstep is going to make people worried and going to make people want to make sure everything's been properly checked out. So we hear you on that. The problem we have is that we're not deciding this. And the other problem, the chief concern here is fire, is that the fire service appear not to have any objections. We're not specialists in battery fires. It's very difficult for us to argue with that. On a bigger picture, you do have to wonder why it has to be built on Greenbelt. Electricity travels at the speed of light. You can connect it to the grid anywhere. There must be a patch of brownfield land somewhere in the UK which is as big as this, but I don't think we can get too far on that. That is a reservation, though. My question is, in the report it says that the applicant's under no obligation to consider alternative sites. Why is that the case? Because sometimes the issue does come up with applications. Why it has to be there because it can't go on A, B, C or D. For example, the data centre, that was one of the considerations.
So the reason that we haven't looked at alternative sites, or it's not required to provide an alternative sites assessment, is because we have ascertained, or we've made the assessment that the site is grey belt and therefore not inappropriate development in the green belt. So there's no reason for them to indicate to us that there would be a more appropriate location for this type of development. Having said that, while there is no alternative sites assessment, I did mention, it's mentioned in the report and it's mentioned in the presentation, that there is a site selection. If I just go back to the relevant slide. Yes, there's suitable selection statement, which is not exactly like an alternative sites assessment because it doesn't have to be so broad. So what it's done is it's looked at the proximity, it's looked at an area within I think it's 2 kilometre proximity of the Elstree substation, because, and just to be factually correct, I understand what you mean about the connection to the substation. There does have to be at least a 2 kilometre proximity to a substation that can accommodate the connection to a BESS for that to work. So there does have to be some level of proximity. That's why the proximity of 2 kilometres is used in the site selection statement. So within that statement, it's ascertained that there's no more derelict land, i.e. a more appropriate brownfield site, for example, where this type of development can be located and still be connected to a BESS. Now, in an alternative site assessment, you don't have to look at this particular substation. You can look at substations in London or Mill Hill or anywhere else around the country. But that's not what we're asking for because we've already ascertained that this site is not inappropriate development.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Amron?
Thank you. Emily, I know we spoke at the technical meeting about a couple of things you were going to come back to me. Some of my colleagues have covered some of the things I was going to talk about, and I think we've all ascertained that, you know, these types of sites are largely risk negative due to the safety and environmental concerns, risk of toxic gases, electric shock, chemical leakage, etc. And Councillor Lambert brought up, obviously, there's been 2 high-profile fires, you know, one earlier this year, one in Liverpool in 2021, and they are notoriously hard to get under control, as we know. What I'd like to ask, I know you said you've spoken to Stevenage Fire and Rescue and, you know, got assurances from them that whatever battery type is going to be used, they will be able to deal with anything. One other thing I've thought about is, obviously there are a lot of CCTVs around, but given that most people these days, if they're going to break into somewhere, they're going to wear balaclavas or whatever, are there robust early warning systems on site, and actually how secure is the site in itself to something like sabotage?
Because we definitely would not want that. So there is a section about theft in the report. As I mentioned when we looked at the site plan, there will be 14 CCTV cameras on the site. The site in its entirety will be surrounded by a 4-metre wire mesh fence. So obviously the idea there is to deter and prevent people from going onto the site. If you just give me a moment and I can reiterate, so there we go. Those CCTV units will also use infrared light So that together we've considered to be a sufficient deterrent and mitigation for people coming onto the site for reasons such as theft or sabotage.
Right. And in terms of like some sort of early warning system built in, that if something starts to go wrong with one of the batteries, I'm assuming they've got very good systems on site that will electronically alert.
So again, we would expect all of that detail, all of that like early detection information when the details of the battery specifically are submitted to us, and therefore the cell designs and within the fire mitigation, verification and compliance report.
Right. And one last quick thing, I'm sure you have, but can you just confirm you've also consulted, the fire service obviously is the main one that would have to deal with this, but the other emergency services that would be involved in any sort of major incident response, are they all comfortable that they could cope with the worst case scenario?
Already on. Are you referring to the ambulance service, for
Yeah,
example?
the police, the ambulance, because obviously if there's like toxic gases moving around.
So it's not usual for us to consult the ambulance service or the police service where we are looking at a development where there's not going to be a high concentration of people or an increased population. So we would look at speaking to the ambulance service where there was a huge increase in population, or if there was an increase in older population, for example. But there would be very few people actually on the site and utilising the site, so we haven't spoken to them in this case.
Yeah, I accept that, but I mean, as Councillor Lambert pointed out, you know, it's a good site in the sense that it's by the M1, but therefore, if there was suddenly a massive amount of toxic gases blowing all over the place onto a very, very busy section of motorway, that's why I was saying about, maybe it's my health and social care hat here, but that's why I'm saying about other emergency services.
Yeah, so yes, that's a very good point given by Councillor Green, is that obviously all of the emergency service providers would usually work in tandem in those kind of scenarios. I will say this, I understand that fire safety is a big concern for the residents of Patrick's Green and for members, and we've spoken about it a lot tonight. I think, as I've said, there is going to be incredibly robust and collaborative approach to fire safety. And I think we could probably sit here all day and think about the negative implications of what happens if there's a fire, if there is an accident on the M1, if a plane is flying over and smoke gets into the jet fuel. I understand that it's a concern, but I think the mitigation measures that we will be able to see is enough for officers and clearly the Fire and Rescue Service to mitigate that risk enough to propose approving the application. Okay. I hope that doesn't sound too rude.
No, it's not rude at all. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Also, just to chip in terms of, you raised concerns about the M1. Well, we have consulted National Highways and they've provided their recommendation of no objections subject to conditions that have been imposed. So, you know, I think they would take the safety of that strategic road into account.
Sure. Thanks, Alex. Cheers.
Thank you. So I've got Councillor Shah, Councillor Gray. Yes.
Okay. When the technical committee met, did they ascertain how many BESS projects this contractor has undertaken, how well they're capitalised? I'm just concerned from a situation where they may be cutting corners, a bit like we had with Grenfell, where people had put foam in, but it was the wrong sort. And is the construction of a standard that is at or exceeding the standards that we would expect of a BESS?
Is the question, will we essentially...
So have you checked the background of the applicant?
So unfortunately, the background of the applicant or any previous planning applications or their history in general cannot be considered as a material planning consideration.
I understand that, but in this instance, it's very, very material because...
Which, again, I do understand. I don't necessarily think the background of the applicant is relevant in this case. Like I said, we are going to have a lot of documentation come through if an inspector is minded to approve the application that will give us that security about any kind of hazardous risks.
And have we found out how many of these projects they've done before?
Again, we haven't looked into the applicant at all. simply because it is not a planning consideration. We are not able to take it into account. It would be unlawful.
The other question then was, if they have got another project, can we, as planning officers, go and see and check that the background noise is as they say it's going to be? I know it's
so that's a slightly different question, because that's not applicant specific. That is just going to find out
just to find out, because sometimes people give you a best case scenario when the normal noise is much more.
Again, I do believe that the condition that we've imposed, that the application development has to be below a certain threshold of sound, would cover us in that instance, because you could go to another best site. It might not be the same type of batteries, it might not be the same cooling system, so it's very difficult to draw an exact comparison, whereas the condition we have ensures that whatever development is in this location could be no greater than 10 decibels above background level.
One other question. If they reduced the one battery storage unit and increased the space, is that something that you can suggest just for safety or not?
Again, we wouldn't be able to suggest it. Similar to the housing scheme that we saw before, we have to assess what's in front of us, and at the moment what is being suggested to us are 80 battery units that are separated 3 metres apart. Now, we don't have the exact information about the batteries themselves. That may change later down the line, which may result in fewer battery containers or larger separations, but at the moment we have to assess it for what we can see here and the information we have.
So if we go ahead tonight and say we're in favour of this, does that give them a stronger footing to go with this as is, or is there still room to wriggle with the final plan?
I suppose both, in a sense. If the information, if they use different types of battery units that would but would result in the same amount of power with greater separations, they might decide to do that. But again, like I said, we have to assess it for what we can see here.
Thank you. Councillor Gray?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for a very detailed presentation. I think you've just basically reiterated the point that I want to make, that we'll go back to the very beginning of your presentation when we actually don't know what type of battery storage are being put in here, but we have very robust procedures in place that once we know what types of batteries are going to be put in place, all those additional checks around fire, safety, distances, etc., will be dependent on whatever this company decides is going to be the battery storage. As I said in the technical meeting, I don't think my my organic chemistry degree needed to come into play again in planning, but the last thing you do is throw water on lithium. Lithium burns very nicely in air. You add water to it, it rips off the 2 hydrogen model atoms, which are very flammable, and the oxygen that's left behind actually increases the speed at which it burns. So the last thing you do is put water on a lithium fire. The way to deal with a lithium fire is to smother and cool. Really impressed with the fact that we're looking at a system that can actually take individual batteries when they go into battery burnout out of the system, and there's early warning system for that. But a lot of this is going to be decided once we know what actual infrastructure is going to be put on the site. Look, I'll remind members who were in this council in 2019, on the 18th of September, actually, when we all sat here and we unanimously passed a motion on climate emergency, where we instructed this council that we are committed to a net zero emissions in our council. And we as an authority want to explore innovative methods to reduce our carbon footprint and encourage where other consideration matters can be taken, and we can affect the wider area and on judicial matters that we take. So that was actually proposed by you, Councillor Brisky. You put that climate emergency in place, and this is the type of technology that will be coming to allow us to actually store batteries, to store energy at low demand and high production. It's quite a sexy idea to say we don't want it in Hertsmere, we want to stick it up the country, we don't want it anywhere near us. And Councillor Aaron alluded to the point. It's a really excellent idea. However, the closer you are to the distribution point, the more effective and efficient the battery storage system is. Yes, it does travel at the speed of light through cables, but it is affected by something called resistance. And the further you are away, the more resistance there is. So therefore, you need a higher voltage to get the actual power supply to the substation. If you can solve that one, Councillor Allen, then I think you've answered the unanswerable question of thermodynamics and quantum physics, and you may well win the Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Gray, for that science lesson. Councillor Rosehill, and then Councillor Sussman, then Councillor Lambert.
I'm going to be really quick. I think, I think this is very difficult to support because we don't know the battery type, we don't have a confirmed fire safety plan, we don't have an access plan to make it possible either to support. We don't know, obviously we don't want HGV drivers driving through Patchett's Green, but there's nothing in place at all to say that we're going to be able to stop them. But also, what's the point of fire guidance if we've got applicants that don't adhere to them? So I think it is very difficult to support. There's one other final thing, there's remote monitoring, which means that if there's something that happens on site, obviously there's going to be a problem. So they're my 2 pence worth. I just thought I'd briefly say.
Thank you, Jen. Councillor Sussman, and then Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to voice some of my concerns. I'm really struggling here to find the sort of positives. And just going back actually to just what Councillor Gray just said, I think the Labour Party have significantly backtracked on its climate pledges of late. So you've had your turn to talk, Councillor Gray.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep it
sorry, and I'm
civil, please, both of you. Thank you.
I'm really struggling. I think there are too many ifs and buts. There is a single access, which is a really grave concern and not even a great concern to me. And I'll tell you why. If heaven forbid there was something, if that was in place that happened last weekend with all the traffic and gridlock in the area, that would have been absolutely, that just doesn't even bear thinking about. And I think, unfortunately, with anything like this, one always has to look to the worst case scenario. I agree with Councillor Lambert, and it's the only positive thing that I can see, is the location next to the motorway. But that is it. We have plenty of motorway networks here in the country. Just the whole road system is just so impractical, and with parking on the roads, I'm very, very anxious about the safety of anything. The reservoir flooding, there are just too many things that really concern me, mainly fire safety. However you do that, deal with that, and I'm just really struggling to find anything positive, and I wish to thank the resident who has come along and very articulately explained things from a resident's point of view, and to the community advocate who put over residents' points of views with really good clarity and passion. And apart from those good presentations and yours, I can't find anything good personally. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Sussman. I just wanted to come back on a couple of points. I know you didn't ask a question, but just to clarify our position as officers. Obviously, all the things that you've mentioned are concerns that we have looked at as planning officers. We have consulted the relevant parties, and they have come back to us. Now, as officers, we take their expert opinion and we form our opinion based on that. So again, with regards to fire safety and the access, that has been looked at by the people who will be coming to the site and putting out those fires. They have deemed it to be acceptable. Councillor Rosehill, sorry, I'm going to pick on you because I didn't come back to your point, but with regards to the HGVs coming through Patchett's Green, I know that we don't have anything concrete at the moment, but like I said, a condition's been imposed to ensure that we can see, because we have recognised that impact on traffic, moving traffic away from Patchett's Green to alleviate that pressure. With regards to the reservoir flooding, we have an FRA, a flood risk assessment, that shows us that the applicant has acknowledged the flood risks with regards to reservoir flooding, and that those have been addressed through mitigation measures, which the LLFA have looked at and deemed to be acceptable. So we have tried to speak to as many people as possible, these experts that we speak to, who have all come back, and there are no existing objections on the proposal as it stands, hence the approval. That is all I wanted to say in response to your comments.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Lambert, then Councillor Allen. Oh, and Councillor Morris. Great.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to put this. I'll try. If we ended up turning this down, how much difference does it make to what the inspector is doing? I mean, it's already gone to appeal. If we turned it down, we'd be emphasising some of the concerns we've got. But would there be ways of emphasising those concerns? And we seem to be relying a lot on there will be a detailed report in the future.
Yeah.
Does that detailed report come back to the planning committee for scrutiny again? Or would it be something that is delegated?
So the discharge of the conditions, these reports we will see, will be delegated. So officers, whether myself or Lisa or somebody else, will deal with them in accordance with the people that we've mentioned so far, the relevant parties, the relevant consultees for that particular condition. With regards to the appeal, as I mentioned, the appeal for non-determination has been made by the applicant is for a public hearing. If the committee is minded to not agree with officers' opinion, it is still the case that reasons for refusal must be provided. We would then have to defend, and I say we, officers, would have to defend that position at what would most likely be a public hearing or a public inquiry. It is less likely that a public inquiry will be necessary if the committee agree with officers' opinion, which is obviously the intention of the applicant. We would all be on the same side. So it may be that there wouldn't be a public inquiry, it may be that there may be a smaller hearing, or that it would just be dealt with by a written representation. I couldn't say for certain, but that would be the situation. Sorry, and just to add, as Alex had said before, even if it is the case that we agree, us and the applicant agree or don't agree, it is still ultimately the decision of the inspector in the end, who will look at all of this information, hear all of this evidence, and make a decision by themselves.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Yes, this is very difficult territory. In terms of fire, I think that is a very, very valid human natural concern. Probably worth pointing out that the owners don't want it to catch fire. They're not building this and not concerned it might burn down after 10 minutes. So it is in their interest to try and stop that happening. This is particularly difficult because, I mean, as a natural disposition, it is unfortunate to see greenbelt used for industrial purposes when there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other substations around the country this could be attached to. The number of BESSes of this size you need to make the national grid run, you need tens of thousands to get up to 30 gigawatts of electricity to run the national grid. So this is a tiny drop in the ocean. However, we often ponder here about what would happen at appeal. Well, it's not an if, it's a when. This will be decided at appeal, and that very seriously constrains our room for manoeuvre. At the same time, we've heard from residents, and I think it's our duty to try and get the best possible result for residents who are worried about it. I think a straight refusal would fail, I don't think you'd have any chance at appeal of defending that. I don't see what argument you could possibly use. And I think we have to be honest and clear about that. There are I can see no material robust grounds for refusal here. So the question then becomes, what can we do to best mitigate and address the concerns of the local community? And that seems to boil down to this. What is the most appropriate tactic to get that second access road? Is it physically impossible to deliver it there?
To deliver a second access road?
Yeah. Or the second access point.
Again, the question is very difficult because, and I know it's a thing that members don't like to hear, but we do have to assess the application that's in front of us. Now, it may be the case that an inspector may put on a condition or ask for further information about a second access, but on the basis that the Fire and Rescue Service did not object to the proposal, we had no reason to ask for that second access, nor did we have any reason to add it as a condition because it would have been viewed as onerous. So I don't know if necessarily it's impossible, but it's not something that we can ask for.
Did the fire service not recommend it though? That's what we heard before.
No, the policy. So the policy that the guidance that is used by the Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service outlines that it would be preferable for sites such as these to have two accesses. The Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service themselves raised no objection to the scheme with one access.
So maybe it's, sorry to interrupt, so maybe it's best practice that it's two, but if they didn't deem it would be for this application, then we can't make that a mandatory part of the development.
Is there a mechanism for arguing that case at the appeal? Or once we give permission, then it's kind of the discussion's over? That's a problem.
Yes, if members were minded to go with the officer's recommendation, that would be to approve it. It would be saying that we would likely have approved the scheme as it is, and that's what would be going in front of the inspector. Conversely, if members are minded not to go with the approval that officers have made and believe that single access to be a reason for, that would have to be a reason for refusal.
Okay, understood.
Yes, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, sorry, just on that point though, I think it's a valid one that Councillor Allen has made, is that when that study is done, when we've decided what type of battery is going in there, and we know the infrastructure that's going to be put in there, obviously that detailed report will come back. That could change the risk profile for the fire service, who may then kind of decide that actually two access is not necessarily a nice to have now, but is a mandatory if the technology they're putting in is, I don't want to say higher risk or lower risk, but actually if the technology is a bit more, is different, then surely we'd have that would carry some weight then at that point, wouldn't it?
What would carry
so
additional weight?
We've seen the whole kind of test regime that goes on afterwards once they've established what's actually going to go on the site in terms of that infrastructure. We're saying at the moment that one site access is acceptable, two is probably, you know, better quality, a safer option. But should that kind of technology demand that there's actually a second access needed, that will surely have to factor into the planner's, the inspector's decision.
Yeah, that logic follows that if details are submitted under that condition, for example, that says we need to see a fire mitigation strategy, and they say that yes, okay, these lithium batteries are particularly combustible, and the fire safety officer says actually,
batteries, yeah,
exactly, more combustible, and the fire safety officer then considers that two accesses are more necessary. That's something that we can look at further down the line. Scott has very helpfully, Councillor Allen.
That's only before we deal with the condition. If the information given into the condition would have to be dealt with afterwards.
Oh, yeah, no, I was going to say that now. Yeah. Sorry. Just to add to that, as a point that Scott has just very helpfully made in terms of how we could maybe not influence so much as just flag to an inspector about some of the concern we have about the accesses, that we can add it on as an informative. And what that will do is that will just flag to an inspector that this is a concern that members have with regards to the access, and can this be looked at in particular detail.
Yeah, Councillor Sussman.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, this is just very quick and this sort of came to me now. I think just to articulate my concerns on the single access, if that single access, for argument's sake, was like a dual carriageway, that's very different to the sort of country lane type setting that it's in. And I think it is just in this instance, having the single access, which is not a sort of major road, really, really does concern me. And I think it's the nature of the single access is just the point I'd like to say.
I mean, just to say, in terms of this access, you know, if one of the technical consultants had raised it as an issue, then we would have taken issue with it also. Notwithstanding this best practice, I don't think it would form a defensible reason for refusal, simply on this one ground, for those reasons.
I think it is, whilst we might be worried about it, we have to, like all other official people that we ask their professional opinion on, if the fire service feel that this is a risk that is not that great, you know, it will be for them to manage. I mean, I appreciate best practice might be too, but if they say it's okay. Anyway. Yes, sorry.
I think an
Councillor
informative
Gray.
is maybe possibly the way to go forward, that actually when we, if we can have some kind of informative that says, you've based this on X, should X change dramatically, then obviously we'd like to look, well, not us, but our kind of fire chiefs, the experts in the area to actually look at that and actually see whether a second access would be required, wouldn't be required in that regard. But it's based on what we know currently at the moment. Should that change fundamentally, then obviously access is an issue that we're having, and possibly that should be strenuously kind of made aware.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Morris and then Councillor Shah.
Thank you. I think we're running ourselves slightly in circles here, to be truthful. The decision that we're having to make is relatively academic insofar as it's going to be made by an inspector anyway. And my proposal would be that, subject to officers being happy to attach some form of informative to this, that we accept the officer's recommendation and leave it to the inspector, who will make the final decision anyway. Otherwise, we'll be here all night running ourselves in circles. Thank you.
No, I agree, but it's good debate. Are you is that what you're proposing then? Lovely. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gray, thank you. Let's vote.
Excuse me, can I just clarify that there's the question of we will be able to put in informatives for the inspector. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, to obviously take into account, and he may indeed even agree. Thank you, members. So we have a proposition that had you retained jurisdiction and been able to make the decision you would have made would have been to grant permission on the basis of the officer recommendations, but you would have wanted additional informative in relation to effectively what I'm going to call the fire safety report when that comes forward, and about its adequacy. I think, you know, that's a sentiment that yeah, and that's what we'll propose to the inspector if it's dealt with by way of a local inquiry. It may go to a full local inquiry now, but with this recommendation it may be dealt with by written representations, but that will be a matter for the inspector to determine. So, Councillor Allen, how do you vote on that proposition?
For.
And Councillor Amron?
For.
And Councillor Gray?
For.
And Councillor Carza?
For.
Councillor Morris?
For.
Councillor Rosehill?
Against.
Councillor Shah?
For.
Councillor Smith? For? Councillor Sussman?
100 votes against.
Councillor Lambert? Councillor Lambert?
Against.
Yeah, you come after. Yeah, you're on my list after Councillor Sussman. I know if it's alphabetical order, you have a point. So can I ask you how you voted again, having... You voted against, thank you. And Chair?
For.
The motion's carried, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, members, we are in danger of not being finished by 10:30. Are we all right to stay?
Agreed.
Or not? Hang on a minute. Yeah. Yes, sorry, go on.
Is there a threat of non-determination on the next application?
I shall find this out for you.
Yes, if we've got members of the public in for it.
Sorry?
If we've got members of the public in.
We haven't got any members
Okay.
of the public for it.
All right, okay. Let's do it. What?
Okay, we can have a short break, but that means we're here in the last application and we will be here after 10:30. Okay? You can have 5 minutes. Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now hear 5C, which is 25/0195/FUL. Thank you. Garages to the rear of 23/25 Park Road. And Alexia will present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is a revision of a 2023 application that was approved at the June 2024 committee. This is the application site in red with the access in blue, because that is also in the ownership of the applicant. The proposals for the demolition of existing garages on Plot B to allow for the erection of a 3-storey residential apartment block comprising of 5 units to include a basement with storage and service areas, surface level parking, bin store, bike store, amenity space and associated landscaping, and the redevelopment of the middle block that is as approved in the 2020 application for 2 two-bed units. So the application was previously approved at the June 2024 committee meeting following a call-in of the application. The revision of the previously approved application includes changes to the red line boundary, change of the proposed bedrooms in the rear block. The previously approved had 3 3-bedroom flats into 2-bedroom flats. The proposal has 3 2-bedroom flats and 2 3-bed flats for this application. It also includes the removal of the basement car park, altering the description of the development, so that required a new full application, and other minor amendments. This is the aerial view of the site. It is located in close proximity to Watling Street, access from Watling Street to the rear of the existing shops, and there is a secondary access from Park Road. The surrounding area and the site photos, you can see the access to the site and from Watling Street in the first picture, from Park Road in the second picture, and the view within the site, also including views of the existing garages just to the edge of this photo. And from within the site, looking at the nearby existing developments at Woodton Close and Station Road, and this is the rear of 23/25 Park Road, and this is the secondary access. In terms of the principle of the development, paragraph 11, in terms of the presumption in favour of sustainable development, would apply to this application. The grant of permission should be granted unless adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Considering the 5-year housing land supply, our policy is out of date, as we've discussed in the earlier applications. This is an issue for the council. And Chapter 11 of the NPPF promotes effective use of land, and substantial weight should be given to the value of using brownfield land within settlements. SADM 3 raises the issue of tandem development, and the proposal would be tandem development, and this is assessed in the planning balance against the benefits of the scheme. At the technical meeting, questions were raised in terms of setting out clearly what was previously approved and what the changes to the proposal are in this stage. So all of the plans are kind of set out in a previously approved and proposed sort of arrangement. So as you can see in the previously approved, there's a much larger basement car park, including the car lift as well. In the amended proposal, in the revisions, there's storage spaces in the basement and some service areas, and it's a much smaller area of basement that would require excavation. And the previously approved ground floor plans, as you can see, there's some key changes. In the new proposal, instead of a car lift, would have a garage space. The elevation is squared off, simplifying essentially the construction of the building. and there are various alterations to fenestration across the building, which are marked in the little cloud boxes. The report also had Appendix 1, which was a full comparison document of the previously approved and the currently proposed plans as well for your reference. The proposal has communal amenity spaces, bin store that is near to the front of the site, and independent amenity spaces at ground floor level for the apartments at the ground floor, and primary vehicle access from Watling Street with secondary access from Park Road. The layout is considered to make good use of the site, working within the constraints and opportunities in this location. In terms of the first floor, again, there is a change in squaring off the front elevation near the entrance and squaring off this corner of the development. There are changes to the windows and terraces arrangement, and the bay window is extended to the first floor as well. And on the second floor, similarly, there are some alterations to the elevation. Those changes are not really considered material, but purely because of the change in the description and the red line boundary, those elements required a full application. So these are essentially part of that assessment as well. Again, at roof level, there are several changes highlighted in terms of the ridges, ridge heights, and window arrangements, and there are some additional roof lights proposed. There are solar panels indicated on the roof plan, and air source heat pumps as well. Those are secured through conditions in terms of additional details to be submitted. And other sustainability measures are likely to include mechanical ventilation and heat recovery systems, but further details are required in terms of the technical details of what the sustainability measures on the site are actually going to be. In terms of character and appearance and heritage impact, the site is within the Radlett North Conservation Area, but it is located to the rear of the existing building line. As seen from the site section, the site level rises approximately 4 meters from Watling Street, and careful consideration has been given to the massing, form and scale of the development through the pre-app discussions for the earlier application, and those elements are not changed in this application. An appropriate ridge height has been maintained for the development that is similar to the immediately adjacent properties. The form would not be considered to be overbearing or overly visible from the high street and the wider conservation area, and the proportions of the facade design are well considered. No objections have been raised regarding impact on conservation area, and issues have been resolved through discussions with the applicants. Again, in terms of materiality, there is a comparison provided in this slide. As you can see, there are slight tweaks on the elevation, but the overall materiality of the proposal is maintained the same, comprising of multi-toned brickwork using red, brown and anthracite tones. In terms of residential amenity, there are sufficient separation distances maintained from nearby residents, exceeding the 28 to 30 meters set out in the planning and design guide. There is a condition specifying that all windows in the western elevation would be obscurely glazed and non-openable below 1.7 meters from internal finished floor levels. And there's also conditions in relation to the roof lights as well. Some additional roof lights have been proposed, additional roof lights and windows have been proposed as part of this application. So all of those are incorporated into the condition to ensure that there will not be any adverse impact to neighbouring amenity. And consideration has been given to the stepping of the building form adjacent to the single-storey and first floor roof terrace of 2A Station Road, and to mitigate the concerns relating to privacy and overlooking. This has been addressed through proposed privacy screens on the balconies to be secured through the conditions and retained on the site in perpetuity. And there's planters also proposed on certain terraces, which are also safeguarded through the proposed conditions. The proposed amenity space would be lower than the requirement. However, each flat has its own private amenity as well as communal garden, and the site is in close proximity to Watling Street Gardens, as seen from the earlier map. That is about 1 minute walk from the entrance of the site to the gardens. Due to the removal of the basement, there is a change in terms of the overall parking provision on the site. There's no objection from HBC Highways on that basis. The previous proposal had 10 parking spaces, and the current proposal has 7, 1 garage and 6 on the site. This is within a town centre accessibility zone, as within our 2014 adopted parking standards. That allows a 50% reduction of the overall parking spaces due to the change in the number of bedrooms for the proposed apartments. The overall requirement on the site would be 14 parking spaces, so the reduction by 50% is in accordance with the parking standards. And vehicle tracking has been provided and is approved by HBC. And the bin store is located near Watling Street in order to minimize the carrying distances and reversing distances, and rising bollards at this location. It's a bit tiny, but there's a rising bollard at this location, and also includes traffic calming strips at the entrance of the site. And the access from Park Road would lead directly to the communal amenity. There would be a gate put in place to control access. That access from Park Road is not going to be used for vehicular access. It's only pedestrian and cycling. Details for the landscaping were conditioned, as well as tree protection plan. Some of those conditions were in the process of the previous application discharged, and all of those documents have been submitted as part of this application and form part of the approved documents. There are 3 TPOs near the boundary of the site, and their protection is included within the submitted documents. Now, one of the other changes of this being a new full application is that B&G is a mandatory requirement. And the reason why this application is brought to committee is because the B&G requirement, well, the B&G achieved on the site is 1,299%, which is a significant gain, and that requires monitoring, so it requires a Section 106 agreement, and based on our constitution, anything over 4 units with a Section 106 agreement requires the committee's approval. The proposal does not impact on protected species, and bat surveys have been submitted with the application that confirm there are no roosting bats present. There is an informative recommended by HBC Ecology to ensure that if there is a presence of bats identified in the process of construction, demolition and all that, that appropriate measures are taken. So the proposal would result in tandem development, which is contrary to SADM 3. However, the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies. No concerns are raised regarding impact on character, appearance, heritage, living conditions, parking provision, highway safety, impact on trees, biodiversity or landscape, waste management, flood risk or sustainability. Permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of this framework taken as a whole. And although there is a general presumption in SADM 3 against tandem development, the site circumstances are such that it would not be considered to result in an adverse impact and would not outweigh the benefits identified for this scheme. As such, it is recommended that permission is granted subject to conditions and the Section 106 agreement.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lambert.
Thank you very much. I think I was community advocate when this came up last time, it was passed fairly easily. This latest application, it seems to me, is a bit of a technicality because there's a Section 106 involved, and the changes are not particularly significant. They're the minor ones you would make if when you find that you're trying to build in a sort of fairly confined space. So I don't have a problem with it, and I would be happy to propose that we accept the Office of Recommendation when the time comes.
I'll second it.
Well, Councillor Smith, are you seconding? Yes. Lovely, thank you. We've technically had someone second, but Councillor Allen?
I see there's 7 parking spaces. Any surplus to that, will the residents...
If it's proposed and seconded, we go to a vote, that's it, isn't it? That's my understanding.
Chair.
That is technically correct, yes. But I will let Councillor Allen say something, but we have had a proposer and a seconder, so if you could keep it brief, please, that would be good. Thank you.
Hang on, sorry. I only said that I'd like to propose it when the time comes. Yeah, so, I mean, I didn't mean to curtail...
So if you
curtail anybody having something to say.
Apologies then, I'm sorry, Councillor Smith, you didn't second.
Maybe we need to
because
stop
it wasn't
pre-booking
proposed.
approvals. Yeah?
Anyway, pardon me. Councillor Allen.
It's not a biggie. Just looking through the comments from for this application, the 7 parking spaces, it's quite a lot for the size of it, but any surplus to that, would residents be eligible? As I understand it, this is in a CPZ. Would any new residents be entitled to parking permits?
No, so there are 7 flats proposed in total for this development and 7 parking spaces provided on the site. Because the surrounding area is a controlled parking zone, the parking team has commented that any new residents would not be eligible for parking permits. That is controlled by the creation of new addresses and what is contained within our street naming and addressing system. So any new addresses created following the establishment of the CPZ will not be eligible for parking permits.
Okay, fair enough.
Does anyone have anything else they want to ask? No. Councillor Lambert, would you like to propose then?
Okay. Time has come. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, would you like to second? Lovely, thank you very much. We can go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a proposal and second to grant permission. I'll call your names out in turn. Councillor Allen, how do you vote?
4.
Councillor Amron?
4.
Councillor Gray?
4.
Councillor Carza?
4.
Councillor Morris?
4.
Councillor Rosehill?
4.
Councillor Shah?
4.
Councillor Smith?
4.
Councillor Sussman?
4.
Councillor Lambert?
4.
And Chair.
4.
And that's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6. Item 6 is planning appeals. Can everyone confirm they've received their list of planning appeals? Item 7, any business that I deem to be urgent, which there is none. And number 8 is date for the future meeting. The next meeting will be on the Thursday, the 18th of September. And I close the meeting at 10:44. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.